Do you think all glass is the same? Think again. Saint-Gobain toughened glass is stronger and also safer. It's 4 times more stronger and 4 times more impact resistant than ordinary glass. It can withstand heavy loads like no other and withstand high wind pressures. In the rare case of breakage, it shatters into tiny blunt pieces and not harmful sharp shards, making it safe for your homes. Look out for the Saint-Gobain Assure logo on every pane to ensure product authenticity. Saint-Gobain toughened glass for strength and safety.
In 1984, our founder, Dr. K. Anji Reddy, set up Dr. Reddy's Laboratories to bring medicines within everybody's reach around the world. And for about 4 decades, we have been working towards one clear purpose: driving access and affordability to innovative medicines, because good health can't wait. In all these years, we have supported our patients and stakeholders by fulfilling our key promises, while our principles and our values have guided us to where we are today. From manufacturing bulk drugs to growing into a world-class integrated pharmaceutical company with a diverse and robust portfolio, we have come a long way. As a leading global pharma company today, we are led by our core tenets of deep science capabilities, progressive people practices, and strong focus on corporate governance. Our continued success rests on 3 strategic pillars. Through market leadership, our core businesses of API, generics, branded generics, biosimilars, and OTC have led the way for us. We have expanded our presence across India, North America, Europe, and the emerging markets, and we aim to reach 1.5 billion patients. We deliver on our promises to patients through productivity by strengthening our capabilities in manufacturing operations, building an agile supply chain, and integrated cost structures. Productivity is also driven by digital initiatives that touch the entire pharma life cycle. First, we aim to strengthen the primary value chain by applying digital science in R&D, accelerating drug development timelines. We are also one of the earliest adopters of Industry 4.0 technologies in manufacturing operations among pharma companies in India, working towards building factories of the future. Second, we are transforming the customer-patient journey by introducing key digital initiatives that elevate user experience. These include platforms for sales force excellence, best-in-class knowledge-sharing platforms for healthcare professionals, and digital native business models such as SFAS, a first-of-its-kind comprehensive digital outpatient offering. We aim to create healthcare solutions through innovation. Over the years, our legacy of pioneering several APIs and finished drugs, exporting APIs at scale, initiating novel drug discovery in the 1990s, introducing several molecules in India for the first time, being the first in India to receive 180-day exclusivity from the US FDA, and the first to market several high-value complex generics have helped us meet unmet medical needs of patients. We led the industry in taking bold steps and breaking new frontiers in our core areas of expertise. Now, with our dedicated innovation unit leading the way, we are embarking on our next leg of growth with a focus on new segments. Our journey has been marked by the trust our patients, partners, and stakeholders place in us. We are inspired by our strong sense of purpose, committed to giving back to the communities that help us thrive. We actively work towards raising awareness about good health. We are passionate about reducing our impact on the environment and conserving precious resources. Sustainability is central to our purpose and strategy. In 2004, we released our first sustainability report and were among the earliest companies in India to initiate voluntary disclosures on social and environmental aspects. In 2020, we became the first pharma company in India and the third in Asia to join the Science Based Targets initiative to set science targets for ourselves. We have been featured as a member of the S&P Sustainability Yearbook for 2 years in a row, featured in the Emerging Markets category in the Dow Jones Sustainability Index for 6 years in a row, and many more. Our principle of dynamism drives us to create value for our shareholders. Our principle of empathy guides our strong leadership team and progressive people practices. We invest in talented, capable people and help them grow into the professionals they are meant to be. Our proactive policies on diversity and inclusion have made us the only Indian pharma company to be featured on the Bloomberg Gender Equality Index 5 times in a row. All these aspects make us the partner of choice for leading organizations globally, and our efforts have been recognized by several prestigious organizations. As the healthcare industry moves into the future, we look forward to serving our patients and partners better and reinforcing our place as a global pharmaceutical company by leveraging technology and innovation. Moving forward, we will continue to strengthen our core and build the future. Because good health can't wait.
Good morning, Professor Godar. Professor Godar, good morning. You are muted, sir. Good morning, Dr. Mohanty.
Good morning, Navanita. Good morning,
Nice
everyone.
to meet you, sir, after a long time.
Yeah. From last conference to this conference, probably.
Last 1 year. So you
Good
are
morning,
in.
good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Daddy.
morning.
So, Dr. Mohanty, you are in Odisha now?
Yes, I am in Bhubaneswar.
Okay. Hi, good morning, Vidya. We can't hear you, Vidya.
Vidya, good morning. You are on mute. Good morning, Anil.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
No, can't
I'm
hear
doing
you,
fine.
Vidya. No, can't hear you.
Miss Vidya, probably you have to re-log in again, probably. That would be great. Good morning, Dr. Godar, Professor Godar. If you can unmute yourself, you are on mute.
Yeah, Professor Godar, good morning. We are unable to hear you.
If you can unmute yourself, Professor Godar, probably you are on mute.
Now it should be I should be unmuted.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Perfectly okay.
Yes.
Thank you
Good
for
morning,
that.
good morning, Professor Godar.
We
Yeah,
can
thank
hear
you.
you. Good morning, Professor Godar.
Yeah, Dr. Mohanty, nice to see you again. Yeah, okay. I'm sitting in the United States, by the way. I have a late evening, not an early morning. No problem.
Okay. Anil, Dr. Nalini Srivastava will be joining.
Just we are checking, sir. We are checking. Just we are checking, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, all. I hope I'm audible.
Good morning, Miss Vidya. Yeah. So you are audible.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
had to
now you are
re-log
audible.
in. Thank you for the suggestion.
Sometimes it happens.
Right.
Good morning, Miss Alric. If I am correctly pronounced, I'm not sure.
Ulrike, but that's fine. Surname is still T-I-double-L. It's a whole lot easier.
Very good morning. Very good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Till.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Professor Godar.
Hi, good morning.
Anil, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible. You are audible.
Okay, okay.
So Mohanty sir, we just checked with the Dr. Nalin Srivastava office. Probably he won't be able to join due to some urgency.
Okay.
So we will start at sharp 10 o'clock with your permission.
Sure, sure, absolutely. So it will be open to the participants sharp at 10 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Anil?
It's
Yeah.
already live, sir. It is on live streaming going on the YouTube. It's already live.
Okay. Okay. So panelists, since Dr. Nalini Srivastava is not joining with us today, so the sequence in which we'll start with Dr. Naito first, and then Mrs. Ulrich Till, and then Professor Gada, and finally with Mrs. Vidya Vikas. So I will initiate for first 2 to 3 minutes, then I'll hand over to Dr. Naito.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Good morning,
Naito.
Dr. Naito.
Good morning,
Hi,
Dr.
good
Naito.
morning. Yeah, thank you. Good morning and good afternoon from Japan. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for joining. Yeah, good morning, Vidya.
Yeah,
Good
thank you.
morning.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, Professor Godar, good morning.
Morning.
Thanks, sir, for joining. I can see Miss Ulrike Till. Thank you for joining. If I pronounce your name correctly, I don't know. Thanks for
It's a
joining.
difficult one. Good morning.
So how do you pronounce it? If you
Uh,
can just tell.
Ulrike Till.
Ulrika Till. Okay, okay. So it's a
Okay.
early morning, right? For any of you.
Yes, so hence the cup of coffee. I will need a few of those to fuel me.
Yes, yes. Many thanks for joining in early morning. Thank
Sure.
you. Yeah. Dr. Mohanty will start the session at sharp 10 o'clock.
Sure, sure.
Okay.
So, sir, just I will introduce you. Good morning.
Sure.
A very warm welcome to all the dignitary on the panel, our guests and delegates in the 8th International Conference on IPR, focusing on building global IP partnerships. This session is going to be focused on fast-growing AI technology and paradigm shift in the IP protection law and practices. The moderator of this session is Dr. Santosh Mohanty, former Vice President and Head of Component Engineering Group, Tata Consultancy Service Limited. The fellow panelists of this session is Dr. Naito, Deputy Director, Regional Cooperation Division, Japan Patent Office. Ms. Alrik Tal, Director of IPM Frontier Technology Division, World Intellectual Property Organization. Professor Dr. Heinz Guddar, Partner European and German Patent and Trademark Attorney, and Ms. Vidya Vikas, Head Patent, Tata Consultancy Services Limited. With this, I would like to hand over to our today moderator, Dr. Mohanty. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Anil. And dear participants, esteemed panelists, and the CIA leadership team, a very good morning and a very good day to all of you. Welcome to all of you on the second day of 8th International Conference on IPR, organized by CII. And we are into the first section of the second day, that is section 3. Very interesting title. And when we talk about and we have an esteemed set of panel members with us today. We'll have a great learning from all of them. When we talk about AI, I mean, you must have looked at it. One line is there written that AI is predicted to outsmart its counterpart. Its counterpart means all of us, the human and the human intelligence. When we hear this kind of statement, AI is predicted to outsmart human intelligence, we feel good and also we feel sad, right? But nothing to feel sad about it, right? Because whenever we adopt a AI-oriented application, there are 3 questions people asked. Is the human is going to be in the loop? Or is the human is going to be on the loop? Or is the human is going to be out of the loop? So when you ask the question, is the human is going to be in the loop? Means the critical presence and interaction of human along with AI for that application is important. So human is very much there. So in this case, AI has not outsmart the human intelligence. Then the second question when you ask, is the human is on the loop? Here, a human presence is required whenever an application is running through an AI, but human's presence is more on a supervisory or guided mode. Means the AI is enabled to take or able to take right decisions when the application is running. In this case, whether AI is predicted to outsmart human intelligence, probably AI and human, they are at a comparable level here, because sometimes AI is feeling like to get a suggestion or validation from human. But when you ask the question that is AI, is human, is out of the loop, here it means that for that specific application, specific use case, the AI capability is so good that the involvement of human is no more required. So for that use case, for that application, whether AI has outsmart human intelligence, answer is yes. And if I ask all of you, what you want, if you are having a use case that in a medical, there is a robot, intelligent robot, which serves the patients. Would you like that robot to take all decision against each and every patient in that medical, whether human can be out of the loop, the nurse, the supporting staffs, and etc., etc. We may want that, okay? We may want that for the efficiency of the way the medical has to run, right? So always as scientists, engineers, we want to see that how much effectively we can build a AI-oriented application so that human is no more required in that loop or human's requirement is significantly less. And in that way, we can build more and more technologies. We can build more and more right data model. We can train them very well to ensure that AI-oriented application gets into those kind of maturity. So the statement that AI is predicted to outsmart human intelligence, prima facie, while it may look like a challenging statement or a scary statement, but in reality, our intent is identify a set of use cases and more use cases and see that how the AI intervention moves from that humans requirement in the loop to humans requirement out of the loop. And that's where overall as a market that we are moving. But having said that, a technology can be consumed in a simple way. So is a process or process optimization. A policies, frameworks for its governance, the ownership and the legal aspect of that ownership is properly defined. The legal and intellectual aspect of those ownerships are properly defined. And that's where the policies and legal implications and intellectual property implications are going through a change, if not sea change, and we'll hear from our esteemed panelists on these points today. And with this, I'll hand over to our first panelist today, Dr. Yasuaki Naito. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm about to share my presentation slide. Just a moment, please.
Yes, we can see your presentation. Go ahead.
Okay, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning and good afternoon. I'm Yasuaki Naito from the Japan Patent Office, JPO. I'm very honored by this opportunity to speak on initiatives on the examinations of AI-related inventions of the JPO. So I will give you a brief overview today of the following topics: application trends of AI inventions, international cooperation on examination of AI inventions, and support for examination of AI inventions. First, let me talk about application trends for AI inventions. So what are AI inventions? Given the definition of AI itself and the wide range of AI applications, it is difficult to clearly define an AI invention. The definitions shown in the slides are not the official ones declared by the JPO. They have simply been adopted for the purpose of the study we conducted on AI inventions. Here, we define AI core inventions and AI applied inventions as AI inventions. AI core inventions are characterized by mathematical or statistical information processing technology that forms the basis of AI, such as various machine learning methods, including neural networks, deep learning, support vector machines, and reinforcement learning. in addition to knowledge-based models and fuzzy logic. AI applied inventions are characterized by applying mathematical or statistical information processing technology that forms the basis of AI to various technical fields such as image processing, speech processing, natural language processing, device control, robotics, various diagnoses, detection, and prediction optimization system, among others. So you can see the number of applications for AI inventions in Japan. Those shown in pink refer to AI inventions and totaled approximately 5,700 applications in 2020. Among AI inventions, the yellow figures indicate the number of applications with the International Patent Classification, or IPC, G06M, which is assigned to applications that are mainly related to AI technology itself. This one. Sorry. And both of these trends have been increasing since 2014, indicating that this is a field which is attracting a high degree of attention. The major method used in AI inventions is that of machine learning. Among those, inventions referring to deep learning are rapidly increasing. And the patent grant rate for AI inventions has been rising year by year since 2004 and has reached 85% in 2018. Let me now turn to the application trends in AI inventions in each of the IP5, including JP, US, EP, China, and Korea. And in addition to WIPO, the figure shows the number of applications that were assigned the classification G06M, which is assigned primarily to applications related to AI technology itself. The figure shows that applications rapidly increasing more than tenfold between 2013 and 2019 in all countries and organizations. The data on the previous slide was obtained from the JPO database. Meanwhile, data on this slide is based on the WIPO patent scope. Please note that the number of JPO applications on this slide does not match the number on the previous slide due to the different databases. Thus, the JPO has been promoting international cooperation with overseas IP offices on the patent examination of AI inventions in order to respond to the rapidly increasing number of patent applications for AI inventions throughout the world. Let me now move on to some of our international cooperation initiatives in the area of AI inventions. In June 2022, the IP offices, which consist of the patent offices in Japan, Europe, Korea, China, and the US, held their 15th IP5 heads meeting. The IP5 offices have agreed to initiate a project proposed by the JPO to collect materials on the examination practices of the IP5 on AI inventions. At the 14th IP5 head meeting hosted by the JPO last June, we agreed to launch a roadmap for cooperating on new emerging technologies and AI. This project is the first to be agreed upon by the IP5 offices to advance concrete work on the legal aspects of the roadmap for cooperation regarding new emerging technologies and AI, which was agreed upon by the IP5 offices at the heads meeting held in June last year. Through this project, The IP5 offices will collect information on the legal texts and examination guidelines that the offices will apply and refer to when examining AI inventions, which will then be published on the IP5 website. This project is expected to improve the transparency of the examination practices of the IP5 offices and to enhance the predictability of users when they file applications and obtain rights for AI inventions at the various offices. Finally, I will introduce support for the examination of AI inventions at the JPO. Looking ahead to the development of AI technologies in various technological fields, the JPO has prepared and published a collection of case studies on AI technologies. We have prepared a number of cases as shown in the lower part of this slide and summarized the key points of determination in an easy to understand manner. For example, we have created helpful and interesting case examples in a manner whereby the users, including people in companies or associations that have not been familiar with AI technologies, can easily understand what each invention is and what are the key points for consideration in view of the examination guidelines. We have also created both eligible and ineligible case examples to help provide a clear understanding of the key points for determination from the viewpoint of the description requirements and inventive step. With these case examples, we try to provide a clear understanding of the description requirements and inventive steps aspects related to patent applications. Please visit the website of the JPO for more information on AI inventions in Japan, including the case studies I mentioned earlier. In recent years, AI technologies, mainly those related to deep learning, have been developing dramatically. In addition, the number of patent applications for inventions involving AI has been growing across a number of different fields. AI technologies involve typical fusion technologies. In addition, it is essential not only to understand the technological level of AI, but also to accurately grasp the status of AI applications in various technical fields. This feature has enhanced the importance of collaboration among the respective examination departments of the JPO beyond the technical fields that they are in charge of. To this end, the JPO decided to develop an examination environment in order to achieve efficient and highest quality examinations of AI inventions. In January 2021, the JPO launched the Team for Supporting AI Examinations, an internal body consisting of management and officials in charge of AI, which is responsible for developing an examination environment for AI inventions. The AI examination support team collaborates across the technical fields that they are in charge of. Members collect and share their knowledge on the latest AI technologies and examination cases. And the team also conducts a review of relevant patent examination measures. As a hub for examination of AI inventions, AI officers integrate their knowledge of the various examination departments. In addition, they provide support for efficient and high-quality examinations by consulting with examiners external to the AI examination support team. Lastly, I will introduce the cartoon, namely manga examination standards of the JPO. JPO is leading the world in publishing examination guidelines and case examples regarding AI and IoT, Internet of Things technologies. Now it has released the world's first manga-based version titled Examination Guidelines in Manga, AI and IoT Edition. The aim of publishing these guidelines in manga form is to encourage people who are not patent specialists to become interested in patent examinations. In this manga examination standard, the JPO has chosen AI and IoT related technologies as a theme since they are of great social interest. Having said this, the basic concept of patent examination should apply to other fields as well. Therefore, I encourage those interested in fields other than AI and IoT related technologies to visit our website. In the meantime, you can download the English version of the JPO website. I have come to the end of my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Naito. Very precise and well-articulated presentation by you. I really appreciate it. 4 things that I noted down for the benefit of all the participants, that how in Japan, the application trends of AI inventions are growing steadfastly. And what Dr. Naito mentioned about that there is a third boom on the filing of AI application, and so is granting. And you could see those 3 Manhattans in the last 3 years. The second point that has come out from Dr. Naito is they have created an example set, both the eligibility and also non-eligibility on the requirements and the inventive steps. So very, very simple and important exercise for the inventors to go through this and feel confident and know exactly what they have to do while submitting their patent applications on AI through the support of the IP legals. The third thing is, as Dr. Naito mentioned, for the success of an AI application, we need to adopt confluence of technologies. And hence they have created a horizontal team to support AI examination, where the team members, they go beyond their responsible technologies to see that AI examinations are getting proper quality attention from the Japan Patent Office. And finally, the publication of examination guidelines on the technology area like AI, IoT will be of significant help to the world community in particular, and of course, community in Japan for surely. So thank you, Dr. Naito, for a very precise presentation and well-articulated presentation. So with this, we'll move on to, thank you. With this, we'll move on to Ulrika Till. Over to you, Ulrika.
Thank you so much. And let me just try and share my screen. It currently says I can't share it while another participant is sharing. There we are. Now we're ready to go. Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Let me just try and maximize that, and then we're ready to go. Good morning. It is a real pleasure to join you today. And what I will try and do with you, together with you, is to take a glance into the future and to really ask how AI, but there's much more than AI. There are things that I call frontier technologies and how they will change IP and the IP system as we currently know it. Whether you call it digitalization, the fourth industrial revolution, Society 5.0. I think what is clear is that we are living through a tremendous area of technological disruption and change. Frontier technologies isn't really a defined term, but I like to think of them as those technologies that we see emerging very rapidly at the intersection of radical scientific breakthrough on the one hand, and it's seeping into real world implementation on the other. There are things, of course, like artificial intelligence, big data, the metaverse, bioprinting, quantum computing, the computer-brain interface. And I sometimes like to think that it seems like human creativity in science fiction literature and human inventions in real life are converging. Without any doubt, these technologies are changing our lives, how we communicate, how we innovate, how we create, and how we do business. And I also think that they might hold one of the most important keys to addressing some of the most global pressing issues that we currently face. Frontier technologies already present currently a US dollar 350 billion market. And this is predicted to grow to over 3.2 trillion US dollar by 2025. And when you think about it, that's just around the corner. AI is currently the most prolific of those technologies in terms of the number of granted patents and patent applications, as our colleague from Japan just said. And also referring to the WIPO Technology Trend Report that is a few years out of date now, 2019. It makes some fascinating reading in that regard. There's also the WIPO World Innovation Report 2022 that has some update if the numbers are of interest. And I think, as we heard from the first speaker right now, the rise of AI patents and applications clearly has an impact in itself in the work of IP offices around the world. However, I think it's also worthwhile to remember that in terms of market size, the Internet of Things is currently the largest of the frontier technologies, and that is followed by big data and robotics, then AI, and then come things like 3D printing and 5G services. So while it's not currently the biggest market, the global AI market is expected to grow from 16 billion US dollar in 2017 to 191 billion by 2024, again, just around the corner. And by then, AI is predicted to have overtaken big data technologies. The questions in the debate around AI and frontier technologies really are multifaceted. Overarchingly, in this new world, in the fourth industrial revolution, what is absolutely clear is that the importance of intangible assets, and indeed IP, is growing at the same rate as we see digitalization progressing and frontier technologies emerging. Without any doubt, the world of IP is also becoming more and more complex. Innovation and creation are happening much faster than ever before. The number of IP filings we're seeing is increasing rapidly, but also subject to much more volatile ups and downs. Markets are globalizing and intangible assets are flowing much more freely across borders. At the same time, frontier technologies in themselves are adding an additional layer of technical key stays connected to many related policy areas. Let me just see if I can. My apologies. I'm working from home because it's rather early and the Wi-Fi isn't great. So I should hopefully be back. I think what I was trying to say before I was interrupted is that it's clear we're facing what I think is sometimes called a VUCA world: volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And really, all of these dynamics hold true for IP as they hold for every part of our lives. System. In the short talk that I have, or presentation that I have for you this morning, I'm so sorry, this is my Wi-Fi. In the talk that I have this morning, what I thought I would do is pick out 3 themes for you. And that is really to give you a compass and to help you navigate this world.
Can you make it full screen?
I can try and do that. It's just if I make it full screen and my Wi-Fi goes, then I have some
Not
trouble.
an
So
issue.
my apologies. It's probably easier to navigate with my Wi-Fi issues. First, in the face of so much complexity and ambiguity, I think what we need to do as IP professionals is to make IP much more accessible, relatable, and understandable. In order to unlock that economic potential I was talking about, we need to bring IP alive and bring the benefits to many more people around the world. Second, I think we need to explore how we can use these frontier technologies to make IP and our current IP systems much more efficient and accessible to all. And third, I think we need to take a closer look at the IP policy questions overall to ensure that the IP systems continue to foster innovation and creation. And what I'll do for the rest of my presentation is I'll take a quick deep dive in reverse order into these 3 topics. The reason we need to take a closer look at IP policy questions is most easily demonstrated when we look at AI. So let's take a step back and have a think about what is at the heart of the AI and IP debate. And really it's this: human creation and innovation, human curiosity and advancement is what sets us apart as a species and drives economic growth. And intellectual property rights in the current IP systems were specifically designed to foster that human creation and innovation. While most of the current AI applications, if not all, can be described as what I would call narrow AI, there is clearly a lively debate whether, and if so, when general AI, intelligent and truly intelligent AI will become available. However, what is becoming abundantly clear that AI is increasingly becoming more autonomous, or at least that the required human input is decreasing and changing. As the current IP systems were designed to incentivize human creation and innovation, this begs a fundamental question, and that is, does AI innovation and creation fit into the current system? Should AI innovation and creation be incentivized by IP at all? And if you think the answer to that is yes, how would you balance the value of human creation and innovation against AI innovation and creation? And I know that sounds very theoretical. So let's have a quick dive into 2 examples. AI is already right now being used to create advertising jingles and movie soundtracks or part of movie soundtracks. And it really has the ability to create large amounts of music pieces at the press of a button at almost zero marginal cost. Do you think those pieces of music should benefit from copyright? At the same time, of course, musicians are beginning to incorporate AI almost like a new instrument, like a tool in their creative process to create new sound samples and new sounds. And they supplement it, master it, and mix it with their own human creativity. Do you think music created that way should benefit from copyright protection? And ultimately, if you think a line should be drawn between those 2 examples, where would you draw that line? Similarly, think of the Davos cases in the patent field, which I have no doubt many, if not all of you, are familiar with. On the face of it, it seems like a fairly straightforward assessment, whether under the current patent law provisions of a country, a human inventor needs to be named on a patent application. So it's simply a question of statutory construction. What does the term inventor mean? Is it a human? But when you dig a little deeper, does AI need incentives to invent at all? If not, would there be a temptation to name human inventors regardless of how an invention was really conceived? How would the concept of an AI inventor shift things like the common general knowledge and the person skilled in the art and patent law? And would AI inventors raise the bar of inventiveness, making all human invention ultimately obvious? A quick dive into data, because at the heart of AI and all of these frontier technologies is data. You cannot underestimate the importance of data that is ever increasing. And in fact, all frontier technologies rely on data, which unsurprisingly gets referred to as the new oil very much. From the legal perspective, data poses a real conundrum. Debates range from concepts of data control to data ownership, overlapping regulatory matrices, including data protection, competition law, contractual provisions, and more. Many business models rely on data being freely available. But on the other hand, in some cases, the generation of good quality data, such as pharmaceutical clinical trials data or satellite Earth sensing data, it may represent a significant investment, and companies will seek to limit access to that data. IP provisions and IP policy will play a really important role as regulators around the world are trying to find frameworks for data. This is because IP can pose both an incentive for the generation of data, for example, by way of trade secret protections or data rights, or a hindrance to the access, analysis, and use of data, for example, when data contains copyright protected works. How the IP system will deal with rights and data going forward, and how we should balance all of these competing interests will very much shape our future. Let me turn to the second theme that I mentioned at the start, and that is how frontier technologies will change IP administration. The continuing globalization and acceleration of IP, the shortening of the innovation cycle, and the interdisciplinary nature of these new technologies really require that we would develop and adopt new tools in IP management and administration. With the increase of digitalization, the role of IP is ever growing and will become central to every single business. However, many of those business operations are changing in terms of their nature, the speed of services, communication, and costs. Personally, I believe that AI and these other technologies will also help us navigate this changing world and assist us in making IP and the IP system much more accessible, efficient, and more understandable. So over the coming years, frontier technologies will be one of the keys to providing more solutions to make IP an everyday asset. What do I mean by that? A couple of examples. WIPO and other IP offices, and we've heard from the first speaker, are already adopting new technologies to better assist innovators and creators. Great examples at WIPO include, for example, WIPO speech to text and WIPO translate, WIPO brand image search, and patent classification tools. Other examples include IP offices that are starting to develop, for example, pre-IP filing assessment tools, for example, for trademark filings, or implementing AI in their processes. But it doesn't stop there. And when you think about it, the registration of an IP right is only the start of an IP owner's journey. Our existing economies, process and procedures, many of our business models and our ways of doing business until now were founded on tangible assets. Things like plants, equipment, inventory, brick and mortar type resources. Now, these are easily measurable, quantifiable, and tradable. The conundrum in the new digital world, we need to find ways of making IP, the new assets that are driving all of these businesses and intangible assets, as usable. In other words, as liquid as those tangible assets of the old world. We need to find ways to make IP become easier to value and to transact. And in that regard, we're seeing many initiatives in the private sector emerging that aim to do that, just that, by using AI and frontier technologies. Private sector tools are starting to use AI, for example, to assist in patent drafting, to value and to transact IP, to assist with renewal fee payments, to detect IP infringement and counterfeits in the digital world, and to manage litigation and assist dispute resolution. In other words, frontier technologies right now are already being adopted to transform not only how we register IP rights, but how we will use IP rights in the future. Which brings me to the last theme, bringing IP alive and to bring its benefits to everyone everywhere. I'm an IP geek at heart. It's been my entire career, but IP can be seen as such a technical subject matter. It can be seen as intimidating and distant from a day-to-day business for startups and SMEs and many more. So this is my call of let's all find new ways of connecting entrepreneurs to the benefits of IP. And that will be pivotal in order for patents to become innovations, to change our world, and for trademarks to become successful brands. I believe we're also increasingly going to see IP offices exploring areas beyond their traditional roles to explore how they can best support the new role of IP, from monetization to questions of IP enforcement. And we really need to shift our mindset to help all of those innovators and creators to use IP strategically, shaping business models and help IP really come into its true value. And I think we need to be open, to be agile, to think about how frontier technologies and AI can help us do that. With so much change ahead, I personally believe there is also so much to be excited about. If you are as excited about this future of IP and frontier technologies and AI as I am, I would like to invite you to join the WIPO conversation. It's the leading global forum to discuss IP and AI in these frontier technologies. It's totally free. It's virtual. You don't have to travel. It's recorded, so you can dial in at any time convenient. And we bring together more than 2,000 people from over 120 countries on a regular basis to discuss these topics. And here's hot off the press. Join us on March 28 to 29 next year, when we will be diving into IP and the metaverse. And with that, I can only apologize for my technical difficulties and Wi-Fi at home, but it's been a pleasure speaking to you. Thank you so much for your attention.
Good. Thank you, Ulrika, for your very passionate and exciting presentation. In fact, I'll summarize from your last slide that how WIPO has come up with WIPO conversation. It is something very important to all of us as participants here, that to take advantage and contribute to that WIPO conversation. And then, of course, you talked about how we can bring on IP alive, right? That's very important. IP is very much alive, but what you mean is, what you also said, that making IP more lively and at the same time agile by adopting, exploiting the frontier technologies. And that's where you started articulating that how the frontier technology and its economic impact is already being felt in a large way in the global marketplace. And this WIPO Innovation Report 2022, again, I'll request all participants to go and download that. A lot of good informations are available there, and it will be good learning for all of us. Thank you, Ulrika, for your very exciting articulation. With this, we'll move on to our next panelist, speaker, Professor Godar. Professor Godar, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to warmly thank the organizers for having me invited to contribute to this extremely interesting scene, which is now moderated by Dr. Mohanty. I will try to not speak based on the PPT which I had filed, because that would take much more longer time than 10 to 12 minutes or so. So it is interesting for me. I'm interested that the participants have it available, some went to read it, but I will handle the scene I am now presenting to you just by speaking, and it will be recorded, and you may later on have a look at the PPT I sent in, and you will find many of the specific questions which I'm now going to handle here dealt with in this PPT. Now, where are we with regard to how to use AI in the present patent system, and is the patent system still sufficient to protect AI-related inventions? As we have heard from the Japanese Patent Office, yes, one thinks so, and I personally believe also that it fits into the system, but only in the present system, in the present patent system, but only if we follow certain rules. First, patent system has been made to protect technical solutions for technical problems. This is what TRIPS says. This is what the European Patent Office, the Japanese Patent Office, certainly the German Patent Office, or let's say its custodian, which is the Federal German Court of Justice, and the Patent Senate there say it has to be something which should be an AI system, for example, which should be patentable, must demonstrate or must consist of a technical solution to a technical problem. That answers one of the questions, and I found them very interesting, Dr. Mohanty, and this is actually the inspiration why I'm trying to speak now aside of my PPT just by freely speaking. That means, in other words, an AI system which can be patented, that means secured against unauthorized use by others, thereby being a good instrument to, let's say, create a protected area or garden where innovators wish to invest in order to make something which other people cannot freely use in an unauthorized manner, but only against maybe appropriate payment or whatsoever. That means that such a system has not to have a human being inside. As soon as an inventor is inside that system, then it is no longer a technical solution to a technical problem. It may still be a solution to a technical problem, but with a human being, somewhere intermediate steps are created by that. This is not what the patent system protects. So I believe, in other words, in order to make AI-related inventions patentable, they need to fulfill the traditional technicality requests of the, for example, European Patent Office, and there are mechanisms to determine how such things as so-called computer implemented inventions, or in India, computer-related inventions, largely modeled in comparison or based on, is much to say, but in dialogue with the European Patent Office, these inventions can be patented, and then we have patented AI systems. Now comes a problem. Namely, the next one is in this stage, where the system then working, once a human being will have put it to a certain task to solve a technical problem by a technical solution, that is something which does not have any inventorship problem, because here human beings create a tool by which human beings can solve certain problems. And I give you an example. I'm a patent attorney, as you know. I am interested mostly in practical solutions, and it is surprising what rich advice or what a rich instrumentarium already the present patent system gives insofar. Let's assume we have an AI system which, and they do exist, of course, they do the following. They have a set of data as a learning basis, namely the data collected by thousands of flights or hundreds of thousands of flights over a year, how much stress is somehow exerted on turbine blades of jet engines. This is actually being measured all the time. That's a huge amount of data. Now, the system consists of the following. It calculates, according to something, an algorithm, which first a human being has put into this autonomous system, which then can make something out of this. They now create a totally new shape of turbine blades, because they can, out of this flight data, temperature, stress, whatever and velocity in the engines, they can now optimize the turbine blades that not too much material is wasted where it is not necessary, for strength and resistance regions that it is thicker in other parts, and so a very good turbine blade is created. Now somebody comes and has the idea to use that system not to optimize turbine blades, but the same mechanism. The system has in the meantime learned out of the turbine blade things how to use data in order to shape certain materials, the turbine blades. Now he uses it to optimize the discs of a disc brake in a car, similar mechanisms, etc. Then the system, once it has been connected to this supply of data, which you can get by measuring certain velocity parameters, temperature parameters, or whatsoever, of disc brakes in a car, creates a new disc brake which uses less material, which is better resistant against abrasion and whatsoever and whatsoever. Now the question is, who is now the inventor of this secondary invention, I would say. There is the AI system which is patentable. Somebody applies that AI system using it as a tool to go into a new task solution and find now the mechanism for making these disc brakes. I believe this is clearly then the inventor who is applying the well-known system into a new task or bring it into a new task, maybe the car brakes. So we have no problem of an AI system as an inventor here. Rather, the first system, when it was created by itself, there was a human inventor or a group of human inventors. Then the system works after having put onto a certain task, the turbine blades of jet engines, it works autonomously, fine. And we have a second application now, like in pharmaceutical inventions, new indication for a well-known pharmaceutical which fights already certain diseases. Now it is put into some mechanism where it fights diseases of a different type. And then it is very simple that there is then an invention coming out which began as an inventor. The first inventor was the primary one. The second one is the secondary inventor. And the only problem is we have the most patent system of this world. By the way, not in India. I worked with Lakshmi Kumaran. Some of you will know him, of course, a lot in publications, etc. on this problem. We have the problem that if now somebody uses this patented system to solve some other problem, namely the disc brake optimization, that no, he cannot use this later on. That system cannot be used for these purposes because it is still using a patented system, namely the AI system developed on the basis of the turbine blades for a new purpose, namely to develop new disc brakes, and we need an opening clause. Fortunately, TRIPS, as well as many patent laws, like in India, like in Russia, like in Germany, like in mainland China at least, they provide for this. Namely that if you patent an important technical improvement of an already patented subject matter and patent it, you are entitled without checking public interest or something like this. You are entitled in a, if necessary, compulsory cross-license with the primary patent owner. It is important that we have the possibility to use such new application-based patents for humanity, and for that reason you need an opening clause of the kind I just have mentioned here, and Lakshmi, certainly like myself, are willing to share any publications you would like to get knowledge of which we can use for this. Now, having said this, AI systems as a tool, we have one problem. Data have been to use, and I'm very grateful that Ulrike Thiel just mentioned how important data is, and it will become more important. And now we come to a situation where these data possibly are not accessible. Rather, patentees will say, the primary patentees, we have seen this already in pharmaceuticals, COVID fighting medicaments, etc. Oh, these data are trade secrets. You cannot use the patent without giving additional knowledge, which you will not get from the patent as such. I believe and I request that an internationally accessible depository for data is created, like for other trade secrets, for everything you need to use a patent in order to make it applicable. And that means we need something like the depository for biological inventions, which we have in Budapest for certain things which you need to have access to certain bacteria in order to exercise a patent. And if that data depository under trusted custodian, maybe by WIPO or whatsoever, is not made open for somebody who has a right to use a patent, the patent would not be valid at all. So I request the following. We need a data depository open to everybody who wishes to use it. Last but not least, the last item is now what I would like to refer to is that we might also have a general problem of access to such innovations, to patented innovations as such. The more patents we have, millions of patents will come out which are related to data collecting and self-learning AI systems. We need to have a possibility to open it. And at the moment, we can do it only by classical compulsory licenses or by this enhanced compulsory licensing that if you patent, you are entitled in a cross license. That is what the sovereign can control. but you need also, of course, to make sure that you have other mechanisms available in patent-related compulsory licensing, that at the same time also access is given to data banks and to the data which are necessary to use self-learning AI systems. If you do not do this, then the patent is empty. It is not a teaching which everybody can use. And this is the meaning of the patent system, that somebody can use a patented subject, a patented method, whatever it is, can use it in the interest of finding new tasks, etc. If that is not possible, then the patent must be invalid. And I think only the internationally accessible the depository for trade secrets and data will help. And for that purpose, I think we need such an authority which is to be created. I know that in WIPO, you are already, Ms. Ulrike Till, working on these tasks. Whoever would have this possibility, the data bank, it should mean, if I grant as a court in any country of the civilized world, I need then also into the patent compulsory license to include the access to this depository, because without the data, I cannot exercise the patent. Yeah, I have much more to think and to say about all this. We can continue this discussion. And Ulrike Till, I have heard with pleasure of this initiative of WIPO, which has been, I think, yes, it has been known to me, but I never used it and participated. But I will be happy to participate. I will download this, and I think you have then not 2,000 but 2,001 participants in the discussion round also in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Gadar. As always, making things very simple, the way you explain with an example which everybody can understand on real life. So thank you very much for that. One key point that I will note for everyone, there are many key points, but one if I have to share, your repeated request and urge that how as an international community, we should create an accessible data repository for multiple purposes. It's a very important point. We all feel it, and with your tons of experience, that's what you are urging the community to do. Thank you again. And with this, we'll move on to our last speaker, but not least, Mrs. Vidya Vikas. Vidya, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Monty. I hope my screen is visible.
Yeah, it's visible and you are audible. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. So greetings everyone, and it's a pleasure to be part of this important but interesting topic today. And it's a pleasure to be contributing to this conversation with such esteemed co-panelists. So a lot of information has already been shared, which is very valuable, and I'm sure we all resonate the same thoughts. So I'll try to quickly skim through those points which have already been discussed, and probably dwell on adding some things which may not have been covered much in detail. So we've all seen already three industrial revolutions with the patent fundamental concept already launched from the Industry 1.0. If we look at Industry 4.0, in the midst of which we are today, it has transformed our lives to such an extent that we are unable to decide where the machine starts, where the human activity stops. The intertwining of technology with our daily lives is immense. Artificial intelligence continues to be in the top 10 emerging technologies, like Dr. Till also mentioned. And there is a lot of influence in AI in our daily lives. Again, there's a lot of stress on the amount of information that is floating around. Data is of primary importance today. Oil, as Dr. Till also mentioned, there's a lot of overlap between all our contents, since we all are resonating the same thoughts. So the number of interconnected device, IoT going the way it is, the number of interconnected devices that are deployed today makes information available at your fingertips across the world. That has caused this information revolution, as we say. Unknowingly, each of us, even when we are Googling for information, looking for information, are adding to this information revolution. What artificial intelligence helps us do is make sense of this data, try and analyze, sift through this data, and make some intelligence out of it. So while AI has been having a nice integration with all the technologies existing today, let us look at the fast growing AI technologies by themselves, which are adding to our capabilities today. Large language models. These are helping us in a major way today with the need for far less training data, which was an impediment so far in the past. Close to human interactions have been made capable by these large language models. When we look at natural language processing, we started with something as simple as email filters, where you could only filter out spam mails, and then we move out to smart assistants where we have Alexa and Siri ruling our lives practically. Then we've moved on to having very smart searches. Today, not only our search results are accurate, but we are also provided predictive queries. The machine is able to grasp what you are looking for and provide helping you with the queries in that direction. So NLP has come a long way. All of us are familiar with the usual tone message that we hear when we are on a digital phone, which says, this call will be recorded for training purposes. As irritating as it might seem to us, but it does provide the basis for a lot of improvement in automation, chatbots that has been integrated into all our lives now. Generative artificial intelligence. A lot of creativity today, interesting ones are stemming out of generative artificial intelligence. It is capable of creating new content using existing content, image to image transformation or text to image transformation, all have been adding a lot of new interesting avenues into our work today. Reinforcement learning. This kind of mimics how we learn as humans from experience. Award given to right decision taken, corrective actions imposed when there is a mistake. Machines today are capable of this kind of learning. Multimodal learning. Just like humans, even machines today are capable of receiving more a plurality of inputs, not necessarily of the same type. So, a speech could be added along with a video to improve the inferencing capabilities of the machine. Bias removal technology in machine learning is extremely important today, especially considering that the future probably is looking at less or minimal or almost nil human intervention in machine applications. So, in this case, the training data plays a very important role. Because of stereotypes in the training data, there is a risk of having bias in the inferences provided by the machine. It could be age bias, gender bias, or any other kind of bias because of the probably the uncontrolled training data given to the machine. So these artificial intelligence technologies, which are fast growing, have a lot of capabilities. At the same time, there are challenges that need to be addressed. What remains true is the fact that AI continues to be a key enabler for driving the changes in the fourth industrial revolution. Dr. Monty also mentioned about at the start of the session about the three types of AI where you might need human intervention. You may need it only in the supervisory capacity, or you may not need it at all. The currently prevailing guidelines, best practices, all these seem to work reasonably well in the narrow AI space. But when we look at the future of AGI and ASI space, there are several challenges that we as a team have to address. The black box problem, because of having lack of visibility to how inferencing is done, what kind of data has been utilized by the machine, can lead to insufficiency of disclosure challenge when you try to protect the innovation. Again, from an enforcement perspective, ascertaining infringement is a problem. Now that we are moving a person to a machine, who would qualify as a person skilled in the art? Would it be the artificial intelligence skilled in the art? Is something we would have to think from a future perspective. With all these challenges, guidelines, and regulations are being looked across the world to see how liabilities can be best managed, accountability can be established, and there are definitely implications which are beyond the patent law that needs to be addressed. Also, we all agree that a global consensus would be needed and how AI inventions can be handled in future. I think till now there was never a question about who can be an inventor till Dr. Stephen opened the Pandora's box and created this discussion that today we all are into on how these have to be addressed across the world. The current status of AI inventions and how AI as an inventor is treated across patent offices Australia and South African patent offices have recognized as AI as an inventor. USPTO and EPO have rejected AI as an inventor. IPO is relying on computer-related inventions guidelines, which has been published for handling AI inventions. Singapore Patent Office has initiated an accelerative initiative program for AI inventions. And JPO, as our colleague today also explained, has published very interesting, simple examples for handling AI applications. Now that we've looked at the capabilities of AI, we are all aware of the challenges of AI. Maybe we want to look at whether AI is still relevant in the future. With the kind of hype that metaverse is creating today, it's not surprising that metaverse has entered into the Gartner hype cycle as well this year. Let's look at AI, the role that it plays in metaverse. For a good experience in metaverse, accurate avatar creation is very important, and AI has the capability to render that kind of an experience. Digital humans that AI is capable of building will play a very important role in the workspaces that will be created in metaverse tomorrow. Metaverse is meant to be a platform where people from across the world can work together. So multilingual accessibility would be very important. No matter which language a speaker would be speaking, AI can be used to translate that language to the language of the user who wishes to engage in that discussion. And AI can really help in this particular domain. The AI Ops, which is already supporting many of the metaverse initiatives today, can manage infrastructure in this demanding environment. Comprehensive user interface. Inclusivity, as much as it is relevant today, becomes more relevant when we are discussing metaverse. Because when we are looking at people from across the world, we have to be conscious of the fact that there can be people with a lot of limitations, probably a physical disability, probably social disability, or even the fact that you may be digitally challenged. So, no matter what your capability is, AI can be utilized to create an inclusive environment in metaverse so that everybody can engage. Now, while metaverse has been touting about democratization, recently we saw an experience where when Adidas launched the NFT, in less than a second, the almost 330 NFTs were sold to a single user in a single transaction. That definitely is not democratization. AI can be used to use this capability and enhance smart contracts. So we can see that as relevant as AI is in today's world, even tomorrow in a technology like metaverse or a universe that we are looking forward to, AI does have a very important role to play. Now, if we were to use AI capabilities in tomorrow's technology, the challenges that we all are aware of today, would they still be relevant tomorrow as well? Possibly yes, and in my opinion, it may be multifold as well. Everything is going to be digitally created in metaverse. So the question of ownership that we talk about today, the question of liability, consent mechanism, infringement analysis, all of this is going to have a much better, stronger impact in future when we talk of metaverse. Deep fake, the threat that it comes with. For example, if we all enjoyed the America's Got Talent show this year, where Simon Cowell gave an outstanding performance via deepfakes. So, are we looking at metaverse where tomorrow a best talent would be won by an artificial intelligence? These are some of the questions that probably all of us would have to address as we move along. So we know that AI's capability is something that we can capitalize on today and tomorrow. There are definitely a lot of threats that we all acknowledge, and the patent office across the world are looking at it on how it can be handled. But the future for tomorrow would be a collaborative intelligence. We can try and understand the limitations of the humans and the limitations of the machine. And if brought together, I'm sure we'll be able to make this world a better place. And I think Harvard Business Review has presented this chart, which clearly shows how performance improvement can be managed by using collaborative AI. The future would be better if we were to focus on ethical and explainable AI, augmented working, and sustainable AI. So looking forward to working with all of you and sharing some more thoughts. That was all from my side. Thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity to contribute.
Thank you, Vidya, for giving a very lucid presentation and sharing a summary of the past, current, and future. And your last slide was very, very impressive in the sense of how the human-machine collaboration will take things forward. While there are many things that you mentioned, and participants must be having a good time in taking their notes. But one thing that I would like to re-emphasize to everyone on the multilingual access. So going forward, if we want to make AI is reaching to the masses of 8 billion people of the world, okay, when who has taken bath yesterday morning or today morning itself, then we have to make the AI capability equally strong or near equally strong in many, many languages. In Indian context, can we make the AI equally strong in 22 constitutional languages? We cannot go and ask our daddy or mom telling that, hey, go to Alaska and tell in English, right? If you tell in Hindi, Sanskrit, Tamil, Bengali, what Alaska is going to understand? Nothing, right? So that's why if you really want to make AI reaches to the masses, we have to build this multilingual accessibility in AI very soon and very fast. And the theory and science behind it is called computational linguistics. I would like every participant to take this word, computational linguistics, work on this and see that we'll make AI more and more accessible without keeping any language barrier. That's all from my side. And thanks all the panelists for a wonderful description of what you want to communicate. I'm sure the participants must have enjoyed what you communicated, lot of content, lot of meat in these articulations, and we have a good summary to take it forward. With this, I will hand over the dais to CII leadership team, Anil and Navnita. Over to you, Anil and Navnita.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all the distinguished panelists for a very enlightening session. And thank you delegates and other guests for joining this very important topic, which is need of the current era. With this, we will formally close to this first technical session of day 2, and we will reassemble again after 15 minutes in the next technical session. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Rangarajan, we can see you.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah. Thank you. So we'll start the session after 15 minutes, Dr. Rangarajan. So, yes. So you may be there. Mr. Sai? Are you
Navnita,
there?
I'm taking off.
Yes, yes. Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
sir, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you,
We'll
sir.
be in touch with
Thank
you,
you.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor Kodar. Bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
World War II had just ended, and India was marching towards independence. This newly independent country would need a stronghold in the engineering sector to flourish. We filled this gap by establishing the Tata Locomotive and Engineering Company in an old workshop in Jamshedpur. We started with steam road rollers, boilers for wagons and locomotives. Since this was a first for India, expertise was required. So, we onboarded the best at the time and aimed for international standards. In fact, every week, the parts rejected by the technicians were displayed and a post-mortem was held, a tedious but effective exercise. Soon, Daimler-Benz, the makers of Mercedes, who had never expanded beyond Germany, reached out to the Tatas. This collaboration led to the creation of the first made-in-India truck. We made history together when 3 of our trucks drove 8,000 miles from Geneva to Bombay without a single breakdown, proving their durability to the world. Our focus began to expand. With that came a new name and an endeavor to carve out space in the global automotive market. As our trucks crossed borders, we traveled from Jamshedpur to Pune to build more vehicles, each better than before. We set up the Engineering and Research Center to change the course of Indian mobility. It gave us the confidence to strike out on our own. The Mercedes three-pointed star gave way to the T for Tata. We expanded to medium, heavy and light commercial vehicles and excavators, and began building indigenous passenger vehicles. This was followed by many firsts. Tata Sierra, the first Indian PV, Tata Sumo, the first Indian MUV, Tata Indica, India's first fully indigenous car, Tata Safari, the first Indian SUV. We entered the new century with a new name and new aspirations. We created the small commercial vehicle segment, set a new milestone by acquiring Jaguar Land Rover, launched the Tata Nano, and introduced the T1 Prima Truck Racing Championship. Sounds thrilling? It was more than that. It was also safe. Something we've focused on for many, many years. To bring world-class car safety to Indian consumers. With that ethos, we built a vast range of CVs and PVs for India and used technology to make them smart. The next step, the Tata Universe. We are leading the e-mobility revolution in India with a range of EVs. But that's not all. We are also building the EV ecosystem. With us, Indian mobility is on the right path to the future.
Our planet faces challenges like never before. Soil health, water supply, food security, and of course, climate change. Agriculture, our deepest connection to the planet, must be part of the solution. Open Ag is an open network to reimagine sustainability for all. No limits, no borders. But sustainability means more than climate change. It means reducing agriculture's environmental impact, building the economic resilience of farmers, and ensuring food supply chains are secure. UPL is changing agriculture for the better on small and large farms around the world. With a farmer-first mindset and programs like Pronitiva that integrate conventional crop protection solutions and bios, farmers enjoy more yields with lower residues and increased profits. NPP is a world leader in biosolutions, collaborating with partners to meet the needs of farmers and protect our planet for future generations. Zeba's climate-smart technology acts like a sponge in the ground, so water is conserved and soil aerated even in the driest locations. Nurture Farm is a pioneering digital platform connecting the smallest of farms to the technology, finance, and buyers they need to thrive. Increasing the number of women working in agriculture, providing learning, independence, and empowerment. Our End the Burn campaign to stop stubble burning in India is making farming cleaner, so people can breathe a little easier. DECO works with food producers and local communities to improve food security and reduce post-harvest losses, helping to lower the third of food currently wasted globally. So there's more fresh food for everyone, everywhere. UPL's Gigaton Carbon Goal sees us bringing together farmers, the technologies and partnerships to remove 1 gigaton of CO2 from the atmosphere by 2040. So together, we can safeguard our future.
Sustainability must have real-world impact. It is our mission to reimagine sustainability in everything we do. It is the basis of every project we start every process we design, and every business we launch.
Reimagining sustainability. Open Ag.
Do you think all glass is the same? Think again. Saint-Gobain toughened glass is stronger and also safer. It's 4 times more stronger and 4 times more impact resistant than ordinary glass. It can withstand heavy loads like no other and withstand high wind pressures. In the rare case of breakage, it shatters into tiny blunt pieces and not harmful sharp shards, making it safe for your homes. Look out for the Saint-Gobain Assure logo on every pane to ensure product authenticity.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Garg, sir. How are you, sir? It's been a very long time.
बहुत बढ़िया अच्छा
So, with your permission, sir, can we begin the session?
Yeah, sure.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
चलिए.
Thank you, sir. Good morning and very warm welcome to all the distinguished dignitary on the panel, our guests, and the delegates in the second technical session of day 2 of 8th International Conference on IPR. This session is going to be focused on IP protection challenges in semiconductor and chip manufacturing. The moderator of this session is Dr. Ajay Garg, former scientist chef and senior director, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. The fellow panelist is Dr. Suraj Rangarajan, India CTO, Applied Material India, and Mr. R. Sai Chandra Teja, CEO, Green PMU Semi. I also request all the delegates to post their question in the question Q&A section, which is available on their screen. With this, I would like to invite Dr. Ajay Garg to moderate the session. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Pandeyji. Sahasa, Navneeta, my fellow delegates in this very, very important conference. I think this is the 8th conference, Navneeta, and I have been part of it, and I had the privilege of being part of all the earlier 7 also. So this is one of the most vibrant conferences on IPR that happens. And luckily, because it's not happening around 26th of April, which is a crowded period time for IPR conferences to happen, we have got a more focused and more quality audience as well as the speakers in this conference. So everyone looks forward to this conference and happy to be the part of the 8th conference also. The topic for today, where I have 2 of my very esteemed colleagues in the industry and 2 from very divergent ecosystems and why they are important to be there. One happens to be Dr. Ranjan from the CTO Applied Materials, Rangarajan from the Applied Materials, a leading company associated with the semiconductor industry for as old as the semiconductor industry has been there. And one cannot think of a semiconductor ecosystem without applied materials being there and pioneering the whole cause of the semiconductor for very, very long time. And we are very proud to have the CTO talking about the IP issues today. Along with them I have my proud members, Sai Ramchandra Teja, from a green SUI startup semiconductor industry, a very, very important pillar with respect to both bringing Indian IP into the semiconductor ecosystem as well as bringing IP into the global green technology ecosystem. So he's not serving one cause, he's serving 2 causes. And I thank you for taking this important initiative. And I wish you all luck. And I think with Applied Materials here, one of the pioneers in the semiconductor space, Sahasab there, you will be getting some very good support from all of these, and CIA obviously is there. So what India, today morning I was having a discussion on semiconductor. So India in the 90s had some brands around electronics. The advent or the post-liberalization era did two things. One, it grew our service industry exponentially, and the biggest benefiter of that was the IT industry, which grew from $200 million to $200 billion in 30 years, a phenomenal growth. But at the same time, in the global ecosystem, post-liberalization, manufacturing took and manufacturing in the tech manufacturing took the biggest impact of post-liberalization. And what we saw was real, there has been a completely wipe out from the Indian semiconductor manufacturing ecosystem gradually in the last 25 years or so, pre-2013-14. Then when it became that only services industry cannot be the sustainable ecosystem in this country, we need to have a balanced approach. Government took a number of initiatives to promote manufacturing. The MSIP scheme was one of the first initiatives. The manufacturing, establishing electronic manufacturing clusters in 2014, and all of them. They were the first impact of government bringing in some form of a support or a subsidy for promoting electronic manufacturing in this country. The result of that was there was a lot of inbound manufacturing, but very low value add based. There was it was an initial start, and the mobile manufacturing was, and with some Indian brands took a head start, but they were mostly assembly units with very little IP coming from India. But recently, during the COVID, what we saw is two phenomenal opportunity spaces. The first was the performance-linked incentive scheme that government brought, where the value add was a sole criteria for the incentive that will be given. So the performance in terms of the exports and in terms of the value add will be the two measurable parameters based on this. Then, because of the supply chain challenges and the geopolitical situation changing very rapidly during the last 3-4 years, there has been a substantial shift of manufacturing in India. And all of a sudden, what we are seeing is a more than a 25% CAGR growth in electronic manufacturing year on a year, and more than 100% growth in exports that are happening from India. And that has been a sea change. And the performance-linked incentive scheme brought an array of important players, and one of them being Foxconn, which we hope to get him as one of the speakers, but we are unlucky. So what we saw is a lot of foreign brands came into India to establish facilities in India. But still, the value add in terms of Indian IP was the missing link. But at the same time, the second thing what happened during that time was the growth of the deep tech startup ecosystem. From a mere few thousand tech startups, because of a lot of liquidity in the market, it grew to more than 20,000 tech startups, and many of them took a very hard journey from that is in the technology manufacturing space. Like my friend Sai has done, and he will share his story around that. That is one of the most challenging areas. That is an area where you need a long gestation period, a long sustenance period, and an IP which has to be much more deeper in that will actually sustain the industry. And at the same, but the good thing is that the ecosystem is building in India. We have the manufacturing that have initiated, the supply chain ecosystem has started taking, but the important step is the semiconductor mission. The semiconductor mission, where we are planning to have our own chips in India, and where government has agreed to give a subsidy of more than 30,000 crores, a substantial subsidy. For this ecosystem, yes, the subsidy and other necessary ingredients have to be, but the important ingredient is the supply chain. The supply chain, in the supply side, it is only and only IP. And on the delivery side, it is an IP packaged with technology that goes into the market, and that is very important. So what I mean to say is that in the last 3-4 years, we have started seeing an important shift in India towards manufacturing, then towards value-added manufacturing, and now is the time for the IP-driven manufacturing that has come and taken its hold. And it's a very, very important time where such a conference and such deliberations should happen. And we should really think deep that how do we create in Indian IPs? How do we leverage the Indian IPs? How do we look at the lot of Indian IP which resides in our academic and research institutes, gets its exposure to our very, very mature startup ecosystem, that's what I will say, or the entrepreneurial ecosystem, to bring an Indian IP? Because if you are thinking of a semiconductor chips, it is unsustainable without a sustainable production or devices been manufactured in India. And these devices cannot be the TVs and the mobile phones. It have to be the new age devices, which include wearables, which includes IoT devices, and many others, which will actually be the future of semiconductor industry of tomorrow. And they're the opportunities. So I'm very happy to be part of this conference. Thank you, CIA, for giving me this opportunity. Now, what I will request my fellow panelists, because they are very, very simple, so their outlook on IP and semiconductors, I'll request each of them to actually speak for 5 to 7 minutes on this topic. And then we can take this forward with some question answer. So Dr. Rangarajan, if you allow me, can we have the youngest guy speaking first?
Sure.
Yeah, so Sai, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. I was not expecting, but can I share some presentation to begin with, sir? Yeah.
Yes,
please. Is my screen visible?
Not yet.
No.
Not yet.
Just a second.
You have started sharing the screen.
I see it's getting buffering.
The electrons have entered.
A typical CTO speaking.
I guess there is a slight hiccup. If Rangarajan sir can initiate
Sure.
this, then I think we will get back.
Sure. You will need to stop sharing.
Yes, sir, just a second. Okay. It's back. Is the screen
Okay.
visible now?
Yes.
Yeah, it was stuck for a while. I'm so sorry. Can I proceed?
Sure, please.
Yes, so I'll start with my brief introduction. Predominantly, I'm Sai Chandra Teja. I've done my undergraduation at JN2 College of Engineering, Pulivendla. I did my master's from IIT Hyderabad. If you're aware, each of the IIT institution is associated with the different countries. So IIT Hyderabad is fortunate enough to have association with Japan. So after finishing my master's, and I had a brief stunt with Austria Microsystems Design Center in India, and I was passionate about research. So I continued for my PhD studies with the JICA fellowship at Osaka University, where I was working in electronics and information engineering department under Professor Taniguchi Sensei and Matsuoka. And I've done my PhD in phase lock loops. And after that, I was fortunate to be one of the Indians to enter into Toshiba's research R&D department at Institute of Memory Technology. And before joining Toshiba, I was not aware all the iPhone memories are created by Toshiba, and the memory technology IP was first introduced to the world by Toshiba. And they have the world's largest fabrication facility based in Japan. And once I joined as a researcher, after learning many things, I was very fortunate enough to understand the deep tech in advanced IP development department. And having had an experience of 4 years there, during COVID, I was passionate about building products, and being an accidental entrepreneur, I had to come back to India due to some of the health concerns of my parents. And then I started Green PMU Semi, where there is a term called Society 5.0 in Japan, where currently the stage we are in is the fourth industrial revolution, where we are automating the manufacturing processes. And there are a lot of artificial intelligence and then the cybersecurity coming into the place. Society 5.0 is a predominantly where the technological development focuses on enhancing the social life of the human being. So we use this artificial intelligence not to an extent where they kind of dictate the human lives in a way, but they kind of automate and ease the human lives. So I was thinking Green PMU Semi is one of the philosophy around Green PMU Semi is to build energy harvesting from ambient sources and extend the battery life of the devices so that we reduce the battery usage, dependency of our human lives on the battery. We kind of use the ambient energy to kind of fill the gap. And I myself am very fortunate enough to be in India-Japan space, where I was shaped as a professional in Japan. I've had an extensive training at one of the largest memory corporations R&D center. So I kind of, as a thankfulness, I'm working in India-Japan collaboration space as a national consultant for India-Japan project. And being a researcher, although at Green PMU Semi, my role is COO, because I wanted to understand the ground operations in India. Because when I was in Japan, Japan has a lot of collaboration with the US and other countries in place. But the notion around India, they say India is so chaotic. It's like constructive chaos in India, which it is difficult to manage. So for that perspective, I was thinking to understand the ground reality with compliances, where IP regulations is one of the major factor, which was a point of discussion there. That is where I was started to learn as a COO, understand what exactly it needs are the regulations around IPs, around product building in India, and how can we kind of take it to the next global level. And I'm also working as a researcher building products. Like one of the research which we have currently done was to kind of get defect detection in the manufacturing space. So if you see in Japan, there are a lot of manufacturing plants, and there is an inbound, like Professor Ashok Garg has mentioned, we have a lot of manufacturing companies coming in. And these will be going forward to become autonomous manufacturing plants. While we are looking for autonomous, there we have to kind of to improve the yield. The defect on the wafer has to be detected, automated, and then it has to be kind of channeled back. So some kind of research around semiconductor manufacturing, defect detection, components detection on the PCBs is where I wanted to get my hands on for the AI perspective. So my passion is to kind of build technology businesses, understand and recognize the talent, and have a greater communications. So semiconductor, I'll just jump in with what my thoughts are with respect to the semiconductor IP make or buy challenges. So there is a huge perception difference between a semiconductor development life cycle. So this is one of the major challenge which I feel the understanding around this the development lifecycle management in different countries is actually very the philosophy is very different, and the major commercial and legal risk, which is where the global COVID we have never imagined it will affect the supply chain and our health conditions, and the transition between the countries would be restricted. and that effect on the supply chain, and how would that effectively kind of reduce it on the commercial and legal risk is something which has taught us a lot of things, and a support ecosystem which might help to build in the local manufacturing or the capacity building back in our own country. So the development lifecycle management, the thought process is any semiconductor expert can understand the semiconductor product life cycle consists of several product versions. So we have a design cycle of 9 months. So after 9 months, we kind of fabricate a test chip, then we kind of do the qualification. There will be some kind of a feedback because the ideal situation and the productization qualification will have a deviation. And after that, we have a separate run for the test chip. And once we meet the qualification for the product specification, that is where the product is released and the IP is created. So the design flexibility, now what is happening is we have limited foundries available across the world which could fabricate the chips. So the design has to be flexible enough, because now what is happening is the fab capacity has become a lot of issue for all the companies to create the chips. Now autonomous vehicles are not delivered due to not having sufficient number of chips. So when that is the case, when I'm creating an IP, now I have to go to a foundry which has the capacity available. So my design has to be kind of flexible enough for different manufacturing processes and as well as different foundries. So keeping in mind this global semiconductor supply chain risk, so we have to create some designs which are flexible in the development life cycle. And there has to be a sustained development cycle with continuous improvement leading to competitive advantage for building critical technical solutions. So this understanding in Japan, while I was working, where they have this this division called quality improvement. So where they use this different Six Sigma principles. So usually in India, our mindset is engineering driven. So, and we have done a lot of innovation with respect to the development, like the software development based frameworks. Let it be agile, let it be Scrum, let it be feature driven, let it be extreme coding. But if you look at it, if you look at that perspective and kind of shadow it onto the hardware development, agile can't be the case in the hardware development, because my agile sprint can't be in months, because my design life cycle is only happening in 9 months. It's close to a year. I can't have an agile sprint for an hardware development or semiconductor development life cycle. So in Japan, they have this separate division which is working on Six Sigma improvement specific to hardware development, where they look at these principles called DMIC and DMA-DV, where DMIC is a continuous improvement, which is a data-driven thing. So what they do is, depending on the multiple test chips which are being fabricated and the qualification results, using that data, how can we improve the yield of the different designs? So what they're doing, the learnings of my previous design experiences, I'm actually putting them into the similar designs or the peripherals of the electronics. And the DMA-DV is a re-engineering. Now, what happens is when we change the technology node, because as we know, we have reached the capacity of the Moore's law, still we are trying to kind of innovate and break the barriers of Moore's law beyond that. So if we want to move from one technology node to a different technology node, which is scaling down, there has to be a sufficient re-engineering that has to happen on the same IP. So if I'm creating a block, let's say it's a transceiver block, right, which will transmit and receive the signals. The transceiver, when I have to make it smaller size or, change the technology node on a different manufacturing foundry, then I have to kind of re-engineer it. So this division works predominantly on re-engineering and based on the data points available, continuous improvement. So once coming back to the semiconductor push after COVID, there is no product development framework for hardware. And Japan is trying to kind of build it beyond, like across DMIC and DMA-DV. And Indian, we are predominantly engineering driven frameworks, right? While we predominantly focus on innovating or, making the best IP or making the best specification or beating the state of our results and bringing up with innovative IP solutions. But for it to be sustainable, it has to be kind of a continuous improvement and re-engineering that has to be inculcated into the product development framework. And we at startup with lesser hands, and my experience back in Japan, we are trying to understand how we can kind of effectively inculcate this thought process. And if you look at even the IIMs, they build this product development courses are available, but predominantly for software. It's agile, Scrum, feature-driven, extreme coding. But semiconductor has to be taken up with in a different perspective, where some case studies around how can we make this agile sprint specific to hardware, where the timelines are different, the understandings are different, the definitions are different, and the bug definitions are being different. Quality definition is being different because there's a huge amount of capital investment which goes in each MPW or the test run for the fabrication of the chip. So a significant focus in building IP before making the challenges for IP regulations. I was trying to understand while building an IP. One thing based on my experience from India, we have a lot of principles for Agile Scrum where we have kind of mastered it, but hardware development life cycle framework is still a challenge where I think if India has introduced Agile and Scrum to the world, so I feel India has to introduce the semiconductor product development framework to the world to efficiently re-engineer the hardware development and accelerate the product development to reduce the time to the market. So this is one of the thought process in the direction for this product development lifecycle. The second one is the commercial and legal risks. So one thing associated is as a startup, when we are trying to talk to some vendors and the customers, and in the SOWs or the NDA agreements, there are some kind of a sourcing and licensing risks. There are particular country associated companies. If just for a scenario, if I'm talking to a X country and the X country law says, if you have engaged with some Y country, then we might want to know what all you have done for that with that Y country, so that we are very much aware rather before taking the next step of the collaboration. So as a startup, we are actually not aware of the global movement and the regulations of the licensing, how it is working out. And we are unaware which countries have collaborations with, their share with another country. So the sourcing and licensing risks for the commerciality of the IPs has become a very, unforeseen understanding between the things. And there is an export administration regulations on the infringement in a way where they are saying that is the possibility of the IP which you created will be kind of useful in the other countries, or are you planning to kind of source it to the other countries? If so, then what is the reason? So the regulations change and the documentation has been so rampantly different before COVID and after COVID. And the rules of conciliation and arbitration are actually very, very, so dynamic in a way for a startup to focus either on technology development or understand on the legal risk. That's why when I mentioned, when I was doing technology development, I find it very, very easier to build an innovative product than come up with an innovative policy where I understand, the sourcing and licensing of my IC would go in a very seamless fashion. And I was trying to understand with some basic knowledge repository for the fabless semiconductor startups in India across this commercial and legal risks would be helpful. That could be through our CII Chamber of Commerce, and there is an International Chamber of Commerce if they work together for this. And a support ecosystem. So one of the major thought process, which was which again I go back to the development life cycle, is that is where we know, right? So India has become a destination of global IT services because we have mastered the skill of software development while the work is coming in. So once the mastery and those principles were taught to the world to kind of go forward in the software development, but that can we shadow that policy of how that ecosystem was found out, and we kind of replicate into this fabless hardware development ecosystems. There has been rampant, fabless semiconductor startups coming up with this India Semiconductor Mission, and I accidentally being a part of it. I'm very fortunate, and we are trying to contribute to the Make in India initiative and globally be relevant. So with that in mind, we wanted to understand, across hardware development, the initiative is so complacent in a way where we would request some of the policymakers to kind of focus on this product development, because that is where if those mastery is done in India, then we will become a pedigree of complementary IP developer providing semiconductor solutions for the world. We were a service provider to IT solutions where we were doing some tasks for the global companies, but now we became the global leader for IT services in a way because we innovated and mastered the process of development. And if we look at the space technology, we are very much proud of our own ISRO, where we have harnessed the domestic space technology leader. Now we are currently the leader in making the best cost-effective solutions, reaching.
If you can, what I'll request you, if you can wrap it up quite quickly, because I think we have to end this session, and we have got Mr. Rangarajan also.
Sure, sir.
Thank you.
I mean, this was my last, and then I just wanted to introduce my company, Green PMU Semi. We are based out and incubated at Fab CI. We are building energy harvesting power management solution. Our vision is to become one of the India's globally recognized semiconductor company. And we have a team of 20 plus engineers led in collaboration with IIT Hyderabad. We are building products for IoT and custom solutions, which will reduce the imports to India. And we are building the products for IoT, differentiated products of harvesting, energy harvesting solutions, power management solutions for IoT sensor devices. This being our roadmap, one of the India-Japan collaboration case study which I wanted to mention was, while we put this IP perspective into the global front, and there was, while I was in Japan, an Indian IP solution provider which has a greater performance, which reduces the power for a specific hardware product, and they were approaching our Japanese company for the plug and play. They were saying, okay, this is our solution, this is the performance, and this is the plug and play, and the team helped with the KT. But it was an ideal match for the collaboration, but it did not went through. But looking at from a Japan perspective, what we were expecting was, usually India is an engineering driven country and Japan is like a process driven country. They look at the long-term collaboration. So when we have an IP created, we need to have an IP roadmap. How can we integrate that IP into the different project, which is co-integration, and the process of development is a focus, at least for a country specific like Japan and USA, where they focus on the process of development. Then they can see where this IP can be integrated into their supply chain of the product, and where we can have the next generation changes of the hardware also kept in the mind. So this is a Johari window model which we follow, where we keep relearning, unlearning. I had a different perspective of India. While I come back on the ground, I'm unlearning some things and relearning different perspective of the regulations, and we're going forward. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I look forward to take the questions.
Thank you, Sai. You have touched upon two very important points, that how does we leverage our skills to create core IP in India, and secondly, how that core IP is a property that India owns and it is actually used in the India ecosystem. Two very important points. That I think is a very good message. Now I will ask Dr. Rangarajan, CTO Applied Materials, for his intervention, please. Dr. Rangarajan, please.
Hi. Hello. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to present in this forum. And I will give a very, very different perspective and probably complementary perspective to what Sai talked about. And this is more related to innovation. So I think one of the topic here is, how do we innovate in India? And this is our experience. So I'll set it up with just a couple of slides about the company. So most of you know Applied Materials. I think the part that I wanted to focus on is we are a very patent-rich organization, about more than 15,000 patents, and we spend a lot of money on R&D, about $2.5 billion, independent of the revenue, and very global. So this is what is driving a lot of our interest in semiconductor, and we believe that this fourth wave of semiconductor will take us much beyond. The forecasts are that by 2030, semiconductor will be $1 trillion business, and it is very important for India to get into some sort of manufacturing at this point, so that we can be in the value-added part of this value chain. We invest a lot in R&D, and we have these centers that are global. We have our headquarters in California. We have a center in New York. We have our display center in Taiwan, and we have our packaging center in Singapore. And we also have the Applied Ventures that supports a lot of this. So one of the things, as all of you are aware, is semiconductor went through a lot of globalization over the last 20, 30 years. And now I think there will be a little bit of change as the different countries try to assess how they move forward. And that also provides an opportunity for India to create an ecosystem. But all of that will require investment in R&D. This is the Applied Materials office in Bangalore in India. We are celebrating our 20th year in India. We now have more than 7,000 employees in India, spread over 6 different locations. The main center is in Bangalore, but we also have centers in Chennai, Coimbatore, Pune, Delhi, and Mumbai. Mumbai is special because this is a center that is set up inside IIT Bombay campus. So we have about 60, 70 people in there doing advanced R&D in collaboration with the university over there. So that's something that I will also talk about a little bit in terms of how we do innovation. So this is something that I wanted to also bring up in terms of areas that we believe are going to get disrupted over the next decade or so. A lot of big data, IoT, I think Sai talked about making chips for IoT. AI and is going to sort of become a lot more pervasive. 3D printing provides an opportunity to take manufacturing and localize that, and this opens up many new areas for India to also participate. Metaverse is something that we also hear about a lot, and the enabling technology for that is going to be AR, VR. One thing that all of us are also going to see in the next, I think 5 to 10 years is the EV, especially two-wheeler, three-wheeler in India, and it requires batteries, which currently we import. And one untapped area for a lot of semiconductor technology to play a role is in healthcare. This is something that has not happened, but I believe that COVID and the telemedicine that people have experienced will open up the space. So all of these, I believe, are areas where using materials engineering and semiconductor as a platform are places where India can play a role, both from application, developing IP, and the unique use cases that we will find in India for all of these. So I am part of the CTO group in Applied Materials, and the way that we interact is across all these different areas. We interact with government entities, with universities, with customers, with startups, with suppliers, and research institutes, and collaborations between all of these entities. And we like to use open innovation framework while we interact with this. And this is one thing that I believe we will have to see a lot more. One of the things that will make a lot of this work in India is to create an ecosystem. I don't think we can just have companies come here, set up factories and run based on IP that they bring. They will need to have some R&D ecosystem that is created around them for this to be sustainable, in which case you will need all these different entities to also participate in some way. And in the open ecosystem framework, a lot of the discovery area is something where everybody can participate, especially at the academia level. And as things start coming down the pipeline and the funding for that increases, it is something that gets closer into the corporation. So there, and using this pipeline, there are different ways of licensing in, spin-off, technology in sourcing, and all these different methodologies can be deployed both from internal and external base, which Applied Materials has used both globally, and we are looking at how we can do this in India also for the different areas that we are participating in. So as I mentioned, customer collaboration, supplier collaboration. So this is one area where I think Dr. Gargi also talked about how India is becoming a big supply base right now. And one of these where the collaboration is required in the semiconductor space, especially, is to develop the supplier capability. Semiconductor requires a certain set of standards, and getting the suppliers to come up to that standards is something that companies will pay a lot more attention. I think GE set a good example a few years back when they entered the health market from India and developed the suppliers and qualified them to sort of participate in that segment. So something like that will have to happen to build up the supply base here to be able to cater to the semiconductor ecosystem. So what are the challenges that we see over the past 20 years as we are trying to innovate in India? So one of the things is that the employees here are young. A lot of them are in the software space, and so one of the things that the employees are not sure about is what can be IP in software, right? So I've seen this, somebody has already done this before. Can this really be patented, and things like that are questioned. So that has been something where we have spent a lot of time training employees. The other big challenge is that many of our employees have not seen physically the products that we make, the systems that we make, the end products, the use case and all that. And that limits the ability for them to sort of visualize what the customer problems are and solve them. A lot of these they have to sort of do virtually. So employee education, inventor engagement are something that we bring people and come and talk to these young engineers and all that, and how do we get to develop them. And in Applied, we have done a lot of different activities to bring innovation as a culture. And we have engineering weeks. We actually make the patent plaque for anybody who gets a US patent and give it to them during our all hands innovation mobs, growth workshops, IP awareness sessions. A lot of these, and doing these consistently, is something that we have found as every new set of engineers come on board, how to bring them up to speed on a lot of the industry standards in these areas. So just from building a culture of innovation, these are things that we have seen that work, how to build this framework for innovation, get corporate buy-in, and empower the local teams, identify innovators and make them famous. We put in their posters, Hall of Fame, create a lot of innovation opportunities, and recognize and reward them. So to me, this is the ground up part of the thing. If we believe that we need to create IP from India and make innovative products, I think this is one of the things that we definitely need to invest a lot more so that we can create IP from here.
Thank you, Rangarajan, for a very, very insightful look into the global ecosystem, which Applied Materials, because of its long experience, is the best suited to provide that. And we are a little short of time, I suppose, but I'll take a liberty of asking one or two questions from each one of you. Can I do that, Navneeta?
Yes, yes, we have time,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes,
Next
sir.
session is 12:30, sir.
Okay. Dr. Rangarajan, let me start with you. There has been India has taken some few steps to promote electronic manufacturing. And I think prior to manufacturing maturing out in India, we forayed into in getting the chips, both memory as well as other semiconductor fab in India. So my point is, the semiconductor ecosystem consists of three pillars: IP, products, and the chip. So there has been discussions, they have been different, that it has to be the chip first, then the products and IP will naturally flow into it, or you have a different view on that? Please.
Actually, we can learn from some of the manufacturing we have done in the past, right? In 2007 timeframe, we went into solar manufacturing. And that is a good experience and benchmark that India can use. A lot of the solar manufacturing was done based on turnkey technology. The IP was brought in from other companies and we set up manufacturing. And what we found was a lot of these companies, basically in 2 years, they got priced out of the market because they did not have indigenous R&D to extend their manufacturing. They built a plant, it was producing product. The others had the next generation technology, their price came down. The price here was flat. So 2 years later, the lot of those factories got shut down. So I think one of the things that experience should teach us is that I don't think we can have these pillars as separate. You need to have R&D and extendability built into your roadmap. Otherwise, this is not going to be sustainable. And that to me will apply to semiconductor also. So you build a factory, you build with a certain assumption, you build a certain node, but you also need to build in R&D so that you will be able to address the next node, the next extension, which the competitors are going to anyway do. So I think that to me, that's the learning that I come from.
Sir, you are on mute. Sir, you are on mute.
So let me conclude in just that your recommendation in this important conference is that in the meantime, when you are building the semiconductor fab ecosystem in India, investment into IT, innovation, research, and IP creation should go side by side, and government should think of that, how do we actually ramp up this ecosystem in India? And that's it. So, Saib, one important point. You also talked about that it's a long gestation journey for product-driven, innovative startups in the electronic manufacturing space to grow. Obviously, investment is a challenge. And because of this investment being a challenge, or cash flows are a challenge, IP protection takes a back seat. And many a times, even though you have substantive IP, the protection mechanism, whether in India or in different geographies, takes a back seat. What I will request you is it true? And if true, what are your recommendations from this forum for the ecosystem to actually provide to startups like you, so that whatever IP you develop, IP is part of development or innovation, is part of the journey a startup will. But protection also has to be part of the journey. What needs to be done? Is it awareness? It is funds? Or is it something else? Sai.
Yes, sir. So just to give you a context, right? Like if you see any product, any electronic product, one of the major IP which even the globe uses is ARM processor IPs. Just giving a very brief example. ARM processor IP has entered into every electronic equipment. You think of any product, there is an IP related to ARM into it. Now it's a processor IP, and we ourselves in India, we have built a Shakti processor. If you're aware of, from IIT Madras, we have our own Shakti processor. And now, if from a perspective, if you look at it, Shakti processor has to be so indigenous in a way that has to kind of ramp it into a global platform to kind of get it expanded. But there are some bottlenecks around, gray areas around that, where we are unable to qualify our Shakti processor with respect to the capital funds which you requested. So the Shakti processor qualification into different applications, once it is demonstrated, then I think it will have a possibility for it to take it into production, where for the qualification, of course, the capital investment in the beginning is a big leap which has to be taken care. But to protect the Shakti processor IP in India and in a global context perspective is where I think the first step would be to kind of bring it validated on a qualification perspective, say here, so here is our ARM processor, here is our Shakti processor, and now we can replace most of the Indian made devices with our own processor. Now, why around that is still not a movement is still, because there's no manufacturing capability in a way. Manufacturing capability is one part, but testing and qualification is an entirely different perspective. Altogether, it's the other end of it, which again has to be kind of seen very carefully. Now, as a startup, we are facing a difficulty where is now as a startup, we have multiple IPs with me. Now, when I'm engaging my IP with another customer X, that customer X is if their major customer is a country, let's say our neighboring countries, but when I'm talking the same IP and trying to do a royalty basis with a different country, there they are very much concerned about if the similar IP is used into my competitor countries and all. I'm not much willing to kind of take your IP. So these information, so that we are not much aware of how and where exactly this IP can be extended. Although the policies are very gray, we can talk. We to put our foot in the global front, we have to have multiple customers coming, products from India to be sold to the multiple customers across the world.
Right. Do you have questions from the audience? I think Sahasab has one.
Yeah, I have few observations. One is coming to the remarks of Mr. Sai Chandra Teja. I think this is a whole process of skill and expertise development when you say what are the IPs of your competitors. So you have to engage into a lot of hard work and research. Without that, I don't think there's any ready-made solution to that. And especially if you come to the AI area dealing with software, the inventive steps are also very, very overlapping, and that skill has to be there. So I think it's something which you will have to develop over a period of time. And our experience suggests that whenever an Indian company goes abroad for marketing their technological solutions, the first question is whether you have an IP or not. Okay. So if you don't have an IP, they'll say, excuse me. So the question is, when you are looking for new markets, your IP has to be quite profound, and you should be able to establish it also. So in that connection, I don't know whether Ajay is no longer with MITI, but I think if any repository can be developed or some kind of expert teams can be developed to help the startups to find out whether the IP exists or not, because that would require access to a lot of good databases, including the databases related to standard essential patents as well, so which we don't have in this country so far. So this is something which I think would be essential. But otherwise, have you faced any problem in protecting your IP, whatever it may be, whether it is patents or something else in India as a matter of principle, or have you faced any difficulty so far?
Like in the initial discussion, like you mentioned, when we want to kind of demonstrate our technological solution to the global people, Currently, we as a startup want to, because we are a module, right? So we are a module in the entire system. So our challenge is, even though I have an innovative solution, most of the global fund customers are not looking for IP protection or patenting. They're looking for, is this module very effective when it is integrated in the system? So that demonstration is missing. India has wide range of IPs, but when these IPs get into a system, the system integration, the co-integration of this hardware into the bigger picture, I think is where a lot of IPs are not qualified. So most of the difficulty is to convince or for us to have a platform with this system integration. If you look at this DigiKey or L114 or the system integrators in a way, India has a lot of design houses, a lot of IP development houses, but system integrator is a major challenge for any startup to begin with, because no matter how good my IP is, if it is included into the system, if my IP is good, but because of this, the adjacent blocks or the peripherals of the entire system are reduction, the overall efficiency might not be a major change. So that has become a challenge with our discussion. So now what we are focusing on, IP protection might take a backseat, but my demonstration of this into the system, once that is demonstrated, now later would come to the stage where, okay, this is a very innovative solution now for the volume production. When I go into the volume production stage, that is where the IP, patents, how do we share the royalties, how do we define the business engagement with the global perspective? That's
but don't you think before you decide for a solution, and you in your assessment it may be innovative solution, but don't you think you have to look around what is required and what innovations will like to fit in, rather than first make the innovation and then see where is going to be applied to? And that is a very key point. That's a very key point. And in fact, if you look at the literature of most of the semiconductor manufacturers in the world, their IP portfolio, I'm talking about patents, not only on big things, but even for small component level, which they may be getting from the suppliers and vendors, they're all very IP rich. And even in spite of that, the infringement which takes place is also quite high. So I think you have to look at a business model which integrates all these things and don't move in a series, one after the other. It has to be totally together. And perhaps you have to go through the difficult exercise to define your innovation in that space we are looking for, which means some extensive knowledge of the available systems also.
Thank you so much for the advice, sir. Yes, I think the other perception makes sense. We will look into it. Thank you.
Ajay, since you talked about the semiconductor mission or whatever it is, now I was just reading somewhere that to set up a semiconductor manufacturing plant, you require a huge water resource.
Right.
Something like whatever. I think I was reading some data from Taiwan, and it says that the amount of water which you require can feed in about 2 crores people in India, depending on our average water consumption. Now, seeing that and also looking at the uninterrupted and reliable power supply, how are we going to address these two problems? Because especially knowing that we are very, very water scarce country.
So the key issue, the two very important, and I think I'll ask Rangarajanji also to intervene on this, two very important ingredients or raw materials, three, the sand, water, and electricity. And there has been a huge problem that has been there in Taiwan, in spite of its being a country which is surrounded by sea from all sides. Now, Taiwan, because of the semiconductor manufacturing capacities being there, is facing a drought-like situation there in today's date. And that's a key issue where India, so one of the key asks from the central government when they want a state to propose for a plant in their country is how do you get water and electricity, which uninterrupted one, and how will you get that and provide that to a manufacturer? And still I think the evaluations are going on, and that will be one of the key parameters to decide. But the important point to note that where Applied Materials also might be working on, that is there a possibility to reduce the water consumption in the fab? And that is what is important to understand, because it's what at present the amount of consumption is unsustainable. And that's my view. Yeah, please.
So for the entire industry, sustainability is a big factor. So Applied Materials and all the companies in the semiconductor industry, for all of us, sustainability, both in terms of what goes into the fab for manufacturing and what goes around in our supply ecosystem, all of these are very important. How we can recycle water and use that, and then how we can design equipment that consume lower power. So we will see that this will continue to come down. But as Mr. Garg said, at this point, we will need to make sure that we provision what is required, with the hope that as things get better, we are able to improve the sustainability of this, use water and power more effectively.
Thank you, Rangarajanji. Thank you, Sai. It has been a very good learning experience for myself. I'm not like understanding from you all a very important space. That is not important in terms of the IP growth, in terms of the economic growth in this country, in terms of the innovation culture to promote, with what Sahasab already said, that the whole ecosystem has to tied up together, including the challenges that we have in the intellectual property protection, and it's taking economic benefits out of it. But also the important aspect in this industry is sustainability and the supply chains, which require a huge amount of innovation, and that is all. So it's a very important field of exploration, where IP generation and IP protection are huge opportunity space, as well as challenging times for the future researchers, academicians, industry, and biggest of all, an opportunity space for our startup ecosystem. Thank you once more, CII. It has been a wonderful session. I'll hand it over to Pandeyji for
Thank you, sir. Thank you all the distinguished panelists, guests, and delegates for joining this important session. I hope you must have to take away learning from this session. With this, we formally close this session, and we are going to start our next session at 12:30 p.m. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rangarajan. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Garg. Thank you, Mr. Sai.
In 1984, our founder, Dr. K. Anji Reddy, set up Dr. Reddy's laboratories to bring medicines within everybody's reach around the world. And for about 4 decades, we have been working towards one clear purpose: driving access and affordability to innovative medicines, because good health can't wait. In all these years, we have supported our patients and stakeholders by fulfilling our key promises, while our principles and our values have guided us to where we are today. From manufacturing bulk drugs to growing into a world-class integrated pharmaceutical company with a diverse and robust portfolio, we have come a long way. As a leading global pharma company today, we are led by our core tenets of deep science capabilities, progressive people practices, and strong focus on corporate governance. Our continued success rests on 3 strategic pillars. Through market leadership, our core businesses of API, generics, branded generics, biosimilars, and OTC have led the way for us. We have expanded our presence across India, North America, Europe, and the emerging markets, and we aim to reach 1.5 billion patients. We deliver on our promises to patients through productivity by strengthening our capabilities in manufacturing operations, building an agile supply chain, and integrated cost structures. Productivity is also driven by digital initiatives that touch the entire pharma life cycle. First, we aim to strengthen the primary value chain by applying digital science in R&D, accelerating drug development timelines. We are also one of the earliest adopters of Industry 4.0 technologies in manufacturing operations among pharma companies in India, working towards building factories of the future. Second, we are transforming the customer-patient journey by introducing key digital initiatives that elevate user experience. These include platforms for sales force excellence, best-in-class knowledge-sharing platforms for healthcare professionals, and digital native business models such as SFAS, a first-of-its-kind comprehensive digital outpatient offering. We aim to create healthcare solutions through innovation. Over the years, our legacy of pioneering several APIs and finished drugs, exporting APIs at scale, initiating novel drug discovery in the 1990s, introducing several molecules in India for the first time, being the first in India to receive 180-day exclusivity from the US FDA, and the first to market several high-value complex generics have helped us meet unmet medical needs of patients. We led the industry in taking bold steps in breaking new frontiers in our core areas of expertise. Now, with our dedicated innovation unit leading the way, we are embarking on our next leg of growth with a focus on new segments. Our journey has been marked by the trust our patients, partners, and stakeholders place in us. We are inspired by our strong sense of purpose, committed to giving back to the communities that help us thrive. We actively work towards raising awareness about good health. We are passionate about reducing our impact on the environment and conserving precious resources. Sustainability is central to our purpose and strategy. In 2004, we released our first sustainability report and were among the earliest companies in India to initiate voluntary disclosures on social and environmental aspects. In 2020, we became the first pharma company in India and the third in Asia to join the Science Based Targets initiative to set science targets for ourselves. We have been featured as a member of the S&P Sustainability Yearbook for 2 years in a row, featured in the Emerging Markets category in the Dow Jones Sustainability Index for 6 years in a row, and many more. Our principle of dynamism drives us to create value for our shareholders. Our principle of empathy guides our strong leadership team and
I think all the panelists are there, Anil. We can check and start the session. Yes. I can
Yes,
see Mr.
yes, sir.
Praveen Anand is here. Good afternoon, Mr. Anand.
Yes,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
here.
Good
Yes,
afternoon,
good,
sir.
good
Hi.
afternoon, sir. I can see Dr. Anju Khanna is there. Hi, Anju. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Amrita. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you, Anju. Thanks for joining. I can
Thank
send
you.
Blaze. Hi,
Hi,
Blaze.
hi.
How are you?
Hi. Good. How are you?
I'm fine. Thanks for joining. Uh, Anubhav, are you there?
Hi everyone. Hi Navneeta. I'm here.
Yes. Thanks, Anubhav, for joining. Is Sulabh is there? Hi, Sulabh. Are you there?
Hi, Namanita. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm pretty much here.
Yes. Hi. Thanks, Sulabh, for joining. I think all the panelists are there. So,
What about
Anil, you can initiate that.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
What about Mr. Watanabe?
Mr. Watanabe
Watanabe?
already there, I think.
He's also
Mr.
there?
Watanabe, are you there? Yes, he is already there.
Excellent.
Yes. So
Is
we
there,
can.
Navnita? He is there?
Yes, he is there. Anil, you may start the
Yeah.
session.
Thank you. Good afternoon and a very good warm welcome to all the distinguished panelists, our guests and delegates in this very important session of day 2 of 8th International Conference on IPR. This session is going to focus on very important topic, IPR enforcement, essential for smooth conduct of business internationally and domestic arena. This session is going to be moderated by very well-known IP experts, global personality, Mr. Parveen Anand, Managing Partner Ananda and Anand, along with a fellow panelist, Mr. Hironoki Watanabe, Director, Japan External Trade Organization, Dr. Anju Khanna, Director, Patents, Lal & Sethi, Mr. Blaze Fernandez, President and CEO, Indian Music Industries, Mr. Sulabh Khandelwal, Country Lead, Anti-Counterfeiting and Brand Protection, Ford Motor Company, and last but not least, Mr. Anubhav Jain, Global Brand Relation Manager, Amazon India. Before we begin the session, I request all the delegates and participants, if they want to have any question, they can put in the Q&A section. We will pass on to the concerned panelists. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pandey, Mr. Saha, Navanita, Government of India officials, Mr. Watanabe, and my fellow panelists. Welcome to the 8th International Conference on Intellectual Property Rights. It's a wonderful opportunity for such a distinguished panel to gather here to exchange views on some of the problems that we have overcome, some of the challenges of the last 3 years or so of the pandemic, and some of the opportunities that are open to us for future, for law reform, for the adoption of good practices, which would help enforcement of intellectual property rights. I think just a few words from my side by way of house announcements. I think we have 1 hour and we have five distinguished speakers on the panel. I would imagine that if we could take about 10 minutes each, then we would be able to accommodate everybody's voice. Let me take just a few minutes to set the ball rolling. I think at the end of the day, when you're enforcing intellectual property rights, you're looking at a good law. You must have a good law, which means the law must clearly define a right. It must define what is a wrong, what is an infringement. It must provide adequate remedies. And I think the TRIPS agreement and India's compliance with that and the compliance of most other foreign jurisdictions has helped achieve, more or less, has helped achieve a good legal or statutory infrastructure in the world. For example, you have the concept of well-known trademarks in India, where the registrar of trademarks acts as does the policing function, so that sometimes you don't have to yourself file oppositions, because if it's a well-known trademark, the registrar would himself shoot down a conflicting trademark. So this is what I mean by changes in the law which protect the which are required. The second element, I think, is access to courts, access to customs, access to the police. And here, it is clear evidence that during the pandemic, piracy on the internet particularly had gone up dramatically. And access to justice had gone down also dramatically. There was an attempt to check this by introduction of concepts, various concepts, such as, for example, virtual courts and hybrid courts to provide access from any corner of the world. There were the intellectual property rules which had been introduced earlier, which provided access to customs. And of course, there were jurisdictional provisions in our law, old provisions, but they provided access, like Section 62(2) of the Copyright Act or 134(2) of the Trademarks Act, which enabled people to gain advantage of their home jurisdiction and file lawsuits in places where they were carrying on business or residing for profit. Also, the opening up of cyber cells, etc., helped the access issue. The third element is you need information. You need information on the fact that your rights are being violated, for which the RTI changes, the Right to Information Act, which was introduced, and the changes, they, along with changes in the Evidence Act, 65B of the Evidence Act, which enabled admissibility of internet downloads and digital information, also the admissibility of investigator reports, etc., and recognition of those by the courts. All that helped in getting access to information. Then, at a fourth element, you need a speedy resolution of disputes, for which the Commercial Courts Act, the Intellectual Property Division set up in the Delhi High Court, new rules of procedure, all of them provided limited timelines and also availability of quatimate actions even before a product was launched, and of course the limited rights of appeal, for example. All of them made sure that the lifespan of litigation, which used to be 5 to 10 years, is squeezed now to a much shorter period, maybe 1 to 2 years. At a fifth level, you need strong reliefs. And for that, we had already had good reliefs like injunctions and Anton pillar orders and damages, John Doe orders, Mariva injunctions, roving orders, etc. And to that was added a deterrence layer by providing for punitive and exemplary damages, etc. So we have strong reliefs as well. Then there were the unique internet issues, which were very troublesome, and their check on intermediaries through amendments, obliging them to introduce technologies, obliging them to take down upon receiving notices, and also in getting them to make reasonable efforts to prevent piracy. All those amendments, including amendments of 2022, have made changes. Then registration of .in domain names requiring Aadhaar cards and identification verification has also made life easier, because now you know precisely who has registered a domain name. The jurisdictional case law, which made websites which are interactive a basis for jurisdiction and taking actions in a favorable court. All that also helped in solving some of these complex internet issues. Now, we've seen some of these good developments. The question now is, what is left? What is the learning that we can get from our colleagues here about what's happening all over the world? What good practices can we still adopt? So with that, I will request Mr. Watanabe, who has already been introduced to you, who is he's the director of the Intellectual Property Rights Division, Japan External Trade Organization, and he will be the next speaker. Mr. Watanabe.
Yes, thank you very much for introducing me. So I share my window. Is it possible to see my slide?
Yeah, it is visible. You can make it a full screen.
Okay, okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hiroki Watanabe from JETRO, Japan External Trade Organization. I work in JETRO New Delhi office as an IP attaché assigned by Japan Patent Office. Today, I would like to share my presentation about standard essential patent. A standard essential patent has received increasing attention in recent years. Today, many products are manufactured according to standards and distributed worldwide. Standard essential patent is an inescapable right when manufacturing products according to such standards.
Sorry to interrupt, Watanabe-san, your slide is not moving. If you can make it a full screen, it's also not moving. Yeah.
I already full screen, but can't you see the full screen?
It's showing the first slide only, the title slide.
I moved to second slide, but it is not. My display moved to second slide, but it is not displayed on your slide, on your display.
Yes, it is showing the first title slide. If you can just reshare it again, if you can just.
So
yeah,
I think there is some trouble. So I would like to proceed.
Now it's all right.
Sorry?
Now it's showing second slide. It's all right.
Okay. So it is not full screen, but please proceed my presentation in this style. So today, many products are manufactured according to standards and distributed worldwide. Standard essential patent is inescapable right when manufacturing products according to such standards. Therefore, it is essential for the sound development of your business to deepen your understanding of standard essential patents and to exercise your rights properly. Today, I would like to explain some basic but important points and introduce Japan initiative in this area. So first, I would like to explain the outline of standard essential patent. To understand what a standard essential patent is, it is necessary to know the process of establishing the standard and the process by which a standard essential patent is defined in that process. So I would like to explain the following 6 aspects. So what is standard or what is standardization? Generally speaking, standardization means the following shown in this slide. As you know, in our everyday life, there are various standard products. For example, battery, QR code, and shape of terminal, etc. If these products are not standardized, our life would be made difficult.
Watanabe-san, can you make it?
Yes?
Can you make it full screen?
Sorry. When I full screened, my page is not passed.
Okay, not an
okay.
issue.
So I would like to proceed this style. Sorry. Okay.
Okay.
So I think there's some trouble, network trouble from my house to your side. So there are 3. Okay. Yes, a little bit more. There are 3 types of standardization. Standardization types are classified into 3 categories depending on the entity that establishes standard and the way the standard is established. They are de jure standard, forum standard, and de facto standard. The table here provided an overview of each. Hence is an image of relationship between the de jure standards and the forum standards. While de jure standards are public standards, forum standards are private sector standards. De jure standards include international standards, regional standards, and international standards, depending on the scope of coverage of the public organization that established them. Forum standards, on the other hand, range from national to international standards. So these are the 4 targets for standardization. They are product specifications, interfaces, management services, and evaluation methods. So in de jure standards and forum standards, standardization is promoted while obtaining consensus among the parties concerned. Although the standardization process is complex, it can be simplified into a very simple flow, as shown here. The standard is established by drafting a standard, obtaining consensus in the committee, and then voting on standards to reach the final consensus. Standard essential patents are created in the process of such standardization. A patent right whose use is essential to implement a standardized product or service is a standard essential patent. Any company that manufactures a standardized product must pay a royalty fee to the patent holder in order to manufacture such product. In other words, if you can make your patent a standard essential patent, you will be able to collect royalties from many companies. It is very important as a business strategy to make your technology a standard essential patent. So far, it was usual to proceed the standardization process with R&D, standardization, and implementation in that order. However, as the pace of innovation has accelerated in recent years, it has become common for R&D and standardization to proceed simultaneously. So because research and development and standardization proceed concurrently, companies are encouraged to lobby their standardization committees for their technology to become a standard. Specifically, companies declare that the patent rights of their technology are standard essential patent. The standardization committee will incorporate the patent rights declared to be essential to the standard into the standardization document. The final standardization document will include the patent rights declared by the companies. That is how standard essential patents are created. Next, I will explain some points to keep in mind when negotiating standard essential patent from the viewpoint of proper enforcement of right. So negotiations concerning a standard essential patent are different in some respects from license negotiations for usual patent rights. I will explain what you should keep in mind when negotiating a standard essential patent from the 4 perspectives listed here. As I explained, patent become a standard essential patent when a company declares to the standard setting organization that its patent is standard essential patent. The standardization body doesn't decide whether the patent are really standard essential patent or not. Basically, they become standard essential patent on declaration basis on each company. A patent application that is still under examination can be declared as a standard essential patent. The area that the standard covers change depend on the discussion on the standard. There is a possibility that the patent that is once standard essential patent is no longer the same according to the discussion on the standard. However, a patent that is once declared as standard essential patent remain continuously even in such a case. The patentee must prove that its patent is standard essential patent only a dispute. In standard essential patent infringement cases, the scope of the patent right is first compared with the standard to determine whether it is really a standard essential patent. If it is not a standard essential patent, then there is no problem because the implementation of the standard doesn't constitute patent infringement. Patentee, next I would like to explain, negotiate about fund. The patentee is obliged to enter fund, fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory license. However, license negotiations are completely practical, and it is very difficult to clearly demonstrate what constitutes a fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory license. Non-discriminatory upfront doesn't mean that the patentee must set the same license fee with any licensee. License fee can vary depending on the factor such as turnover and market size. Although patentees are obliged to give front license, they are not obliged to disclose any information on contracts with other companies, even if they are requested to do so by their negotiation partners by NDA. There is also a difficult problem with who should pay the license fee, the manufacturer or the supplier or both. There is a discussion as to who pays the license fee to patentee, component supplier, or an end product manufacturer. It basically depends on the patentee. The patentee can ask both the component supplier and the end product manufacturer to pay the license fee. Transaction between the patentee and each implementer is different and independent. It could happen that some companies agree to pay the license fee, and other companies refuse to pay. Negotiations with patentee are responsibility of each company. and an agreement between the patentee and the company is a matter of free will for both parties. The onus is on the implementator, which must assess if the patent is a standard essential patent, research the patent, and decide whether it needs all the patents the patentee has offered. If the parties are unable to reach a negotiated settlement, they will file a petition in the court. The main point of dispute in court are whether the patent claimed by the patentee is really a standard essential patent, and whether a license is brand license, whether the patentee is abusing its dominant position, and whether the remedy is injunction or only the grant of brand license. Finally, I'd like to introduce the initiative in Japan. Since standards essential patent will inevitably be enforced when standardized products are manufactured, it is important for both licensors and licensees to have smooth negotiations between them. In order to ensure that such negotiations proceed smoothly, the Japan Patent Office has prepared the guideline on standard essential patent. The Guide to Licensing Negotiations Involving Standard Essential Patents is a document published by the JPO, Japan Patent Office, which summarizes the issues concerning licensing negotiation objectively. It is composed of the view and opinions from both sides, right holders and implementers, as well as important court decisions in various jurisdictions. It tries to explain what action can make it more likely to be recognized as negotiation in good faith. Please note that this guide is neither legal binding nor perspective, which is why we call this guide instead of guideline. Therefore, this document is reference only. This is the contents of guide. It covered license negotiation method in Chapter 2 and royalty calculation method in Chapter 3. Chapter 1 is dedicated to explain nature and purpose of the guide. JPO published the guide to license negotiations involving standard essential patent in 2018. 4 years has passed since then, and number of important court decisions have arisen, especially in 2020. And now we are working to revise the guide. The revised version will be published soon. This is my short presentation, and it is my short introduction of my organization and me. So if you have any question about the IP system in Japan, please contact me. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watanabe. That was an excellent presentation. And now we have Anju, Dr. Anju Khanna, who is the Director of Patents, Lal and Sethi, who will speak to us on this topic.
Thank you, Mr. Anand, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
So thank you. So it is indeed a pleasure to be here today in this very esteemed panel, and of course discussing a topic which is of very high significance. I would also like to thank CII for giving me this opportunity. So I would like to begin. I don't have a presentation, but I'm just going to talk about a case study, which was it is about an IP crime. Actually, it was it was actually of one of our clients, and which we actually manage on a global scale, and we were handling the India operations there. So, but I would like to begin by quoting Mr. Jürgen Stock, who is the Secretary General of Interpol. So he says that a significant challenge is too many people still think of counterfeiting and piracy as a victimless crime. But there are serious transnational organized crimes run by extensive and complex criminal enterprises. So IP crime actually touches all industry sectors, including affecting the global economy and endangering public health. So it's a low risk, high reward crime. It not only puts millions of jobs at risk and billions of dollars lost in revenue, it can also have severe health repercussions in case of pharmaceuticals. So according to some estimates, and I'm taking these figures from the Interpol website, the global trade in illicit pharmaceuticals alone represents more than $4 billion a year. So if you also add other industry, for example, music, films, TV, books, telecom, etc., that comes to close to USD 200 to 300 billion a year. So you see, again, I'm taking some very good issues from the Interpol website here, that there are several reasons why IP theft continues to be a high profit, low risk crime. First is that penalties and punishment are less severe than for other crimes, for example, drug trafficking. So many countries do not have enough resources, investigation agencies, courts for handling such crimes. The organized criminal groups, on the other hand, are sophisticated, globally connected, and are able to adapt very quickly as per changing circumstances. Technology has also changed the reach of the nature of the crime. For example, you have internet marketplaces, you have the dark web, cryptocurrencies, mobile devices. All these are big enablers for organized crime, especially in enabling global reach. So this is a reason enough to have a global effort to combat IP theft. What it requires is a concerted effort amongst global agencies. So as I said earlier, that I would like to discuss a case study here, which actually hits the nail on its head, in which my firm Lalin Sethi was involved in a global operation. So we participated in the India operations. This is also an example of how the global cross-functional teams are necessary to carry out such operation. Before I go any further, I would like to clarify here that this is a case study which is also available publicly online for anyone to go and read about it. It is published by Mr. Roy Albiani, who is the Director, Global Brand Protection of Medical Devices at Johnson & Johnson. So this is about a counterfeiting of medical device called Surgicel, topical absorbable hemostat. So Surgicel is a sterile, oxidized, regenerated cellulose device used to control bleeding in surgical procedures. So Surgicel is sold by Ethicon, which is a subsidiary of Johnson & Johnson. And they have been selling it for more than 60 years. And it's estimated that it's been used in more than 150 million surgical procedures worldwide. And they have an extensive patent and trademark protection globally. So how this started? This started with a neurosurgeon. He was conducting a brain surgery in the US when he noticed a problem with what he thought was Surgicel. And he was about to introduce into a patient's brain. So he was doing a brain surgery. The product, however, did not look good. It was not folded properly in the pouch, and it kept rolling up after being cut into shape. The surgical team then complained to Ethicon. After extensive testing, it was found that the product was not only a counterfeit, but also non-sterile and was bacterially contaminated. So a counterfeit hemostat, as one can imagine, could result in great harm in not only it will not control bleeding effectively, it will also not be absorbed properly, and it could remain as a foreign object in a patient's body, leading to serious complications or even death. So given
Hi,
the
Anju,
yeah,
sorry
yeah.
to interrupt you. Have you just opened your camera, but we are unable to see you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's some problem with the camera, which I just realized when I joined this. It's not showing me. I'm really sorry. But you can hear me, no?
We can hear clearly. Not an issue.
I'm
Please
sorry.
carry on.
There's some
Not an issue. Please. Okay.
So given the threat to patient safety, J&J immediately formed a broad global security investigation and enforcement team, which quickly, of course, sprang into action. So there were two prongs to the mitigation strategy. First was to quickly safeguard patients, and the second was to destroy and dismantle the global illicit supply. So the source of the counterfeit received by the hospital was identified to be a gray market wholesaler based in Florida. This entity was found to have sold hundreds of counterfeit Surgicel devices that ended up in hospitals' operating rooms across the US. So the global brand protection team acquired hundreds of counterfeits across many high-value targets, thereby identifying additional counterfeit suppliers as well. So in parallel, they ran a civil enforcement remedy and obtained court orders to immediately stop the distribution and sale of the counterfeit and expedited discovery. So the discovery revealed that the gray market wholesaler was supplied by another Florida-based gray market source. This entity was then named as a co-defendant in the case, and additional discovery unearthed that they in turn had bought from an illicit trader in Dubai. So further investigation revealed that an individual counterfeiting Surgicel was also the proprietor of an illicit device supplier in Delhi, India. This entity had also been implicated in selling counterfeit contaminated meshes, surgical meshes in the US in 2009, but he continued to engage in illicit trade. So once it was revealed that it was a company called MedServ in New Delhi, India. It was the kingpin had been identified, then the company initiated civil enforcement proceedings in India. The product seizure at the target's Delhi apartment uncovered thousands of counterfeit surgical packages being filled on a filthy floor with non-sterile gauze-like material. And ironically, during the seizure, another counterfeit product was also delivered to the Indian source at MedServ's, that same place where the raid was taking place. So in concert with the civil enforcement activities, the company, the J&J, also collaborated with law enforcement in various jurisdictions throughout US, India, China, Pakistan, and also Turkey. And the goal in each case was criminal prosecution. So the company also communicated with healthcare customers to make them aware of the counterfeits and reminders on how to safeguard their supply chain by purchasing medical devices from sources only authorized by the company and not the gray market. So it was later learned that that there were more than 250,000 units of contaminated counterfeit Surgicel and other counterfeit Ethicon medical devices which had originated from and were sold by the Indian source. So here was a collaborated global product security investigation and civil enforcement action that resulted in identification and dismantling of a very dangerous international counterfeiting scheme in less than 6 months. So intelligence gleaned from this matter also identified other illicit traders who were selling counterfeits, including a major global gray market wholesaler based in Illinois. So this led to a $25 million illicit medical devices civil enforcement seizure, one of the largest of its kind in the world. So I just wanted to share this example of a concerted global effort on how to cut the illicit supply chain. And this requires a lot of, this requires funds, this requires a lot of, foresight, market monitoring, quickly identifying counterfeits, and only this kind of a concerted effort can actually lead to some results. After this case study, I would also just touch upon very briefly on how technology can help. So there are a number of automated content recognition solutions, which are called ACR solution. There's a very nice EU IPO paper on automated content recognition ACRs. So how they are, what all can be done is like you can start by hashing, which supports the recognition of digital files, watermarking, which supports the recognition of previously marked digital copies, fingerprinting, AI-based or enhanced solutions. They also support the recognition of specific features or elements of a piece of content, including the analysis of images and physical products. So I would like to end here. I think I've finished my time also. And I just wanted to share this case study with everyone. Thank you very much. I finished my topic. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Thank you, Anju. Thanks a lot. I'm happy to announce that the Senior Director of JETRO has just joined us, Mr. Takashi. Nabanita, can you please introduce Mr. Takashi?
Yes. So we are very thankful to Takashi Suzuki-san, Chief Director General JETRO, New Delhi, thank you, sir, for joining today's occasion, and thank you providing your motivational support.
Thank you very much, everyone. This is Takashi Suzuki. I'm a Chief Director General of JETRO New Delhi office. And sorry, I'm from house, and it's a kind of among the family affair, so I couldn't switch on the video. But yeah, I'm listening to this discussion very interestingly. And as Watanabe-san already explained, the kind of the situation in Japan. I think Japanese business in India now are diversifying more, how can I say that, technology oriented, and some Japanese companies now are trying to research and development for the global market. So lots of IP kind of things is now coming up, and Watanabe-san is getting busy. And maybe this the issue, more discussion between two countries will bring more diversification of the Japanese business with Indian companies. So I think, yeah, this topic is very important, and I'm quite impressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So now I think we can turn to the next speaker, Mr. Blaise Fernandez, who needs no introduction. He's the president and CEO of the Indian music industry, and is very, very well known in the IP world. So, Blaise.
Thank you very much, Anand. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, my fellow panelists and everybody at CII. It's a pleasure to be with this esteemed panel, and thank you for putting this together. I look at it from two lenses. Basically, I look at the copyright ecosystem, Praveen, and I will look at copyright enforcement from two lenses. One is digital piracy. The second lens I'll also look at is the value of copyright, because enforcement without the right value is also a kind of a threat to the copyright ecosystem globally, but that's going to be the second part. I think my former panelist, Ms. Jain, had some statistics. I'll also kind of show you some statistics. The US Chamber of Commerce estimates that every year, $230 billion is lost because of digital piracy across the media and entertainment sector, which includes television, software, television, comic books, films, and games. It doesn't take into consideration the software, as in the IPR generated by the software industry, like Microsoft and that sector in the United States. In India, they estimate $2.8 billion is lost at the media and entertainment sector. So that's a study from the US Chamber of Commerce. Nike Asia, the magazine, estimates that Japan loses $7.5 billion every year from manga character piracy. Manga characters are very famous anime characters in Japan, and globally and in Japan, they are pirated, and that's the value that they lose. My former panelist describes the dark web as an enterprise. Okay. Before I kind of get into the entrepreneurial part of the dark web and the pirated section, nobody's looking at piracy from a cyber security threat, because today most pirated websites are actually honeypots, which the unsuspecting consumer who thinks he or she is getting content without paying is actually allowing allowing malware to creep into their operational systems and pick up important data like your 9-digit credit card number or your date of birth or your passwords. And once you get into the cyber security space, it is also a national security issue, because once you get into somebody's phone, and if that phone belongs to a person dealing with the national security of India, it could be a normal policeman on the traffic beat or to a Jawan on the border. It's a national security. Now, everybody is aware of it, And yet what surprises me, given the counterfeiting, given the digital piracy, given the dark web, this is not a G20 subject. OECD once in a while actually talks about, the dark web and so on and so forth. But the G20 countries are an absolute, are the biggest losers in this multi-trillion-dollar business. And it surprises me. And my first submission to the CII team, in India's presidency, they talk of the fugitive, the global fugitive. But please understand, the global fugitive is a physical person, but there's also a global fugitive that doesn't have a face, doesn't have a name, doesn't have an address, but that global fugitive exists. And I really hope CII, you all are part of the B20, you all are Sherpa for the B20. In the final declaration, if we can include counterfeiting and digital piracy when President Modi completes his term at the end, Prime Minister Modi completes his term as the president of the G20 at the end of next year, I think it will be a start in the right direction, because it cannot be that this can't be a global problem. It is a global problem. Cybersecurity, health of people counterfeiting drugs, and millions of losses and revenues lost. So that's my first submission. My second submission is, we've seen a very fragmented approach. So one of the good case studies that's coming out of the copyright sector is the Brazil 404 experiment, which 404, basically, if you ever type on your computer and there's something, when the website is not working, you get error 404. So they call it the Brazil 404 experiment, where Brazil, UK, and the United States collaborated in blocking websites that were available for Brazilian content, because Brazil produces, like India, a lot of content that travels globally. They have a huge expat population in the United States. They have a diaspora in the UK, and they collaborated. So I think this is a good case study where you have B2G, G2G, and B2C collaborations taking place. And, maybe probably, I don't know, it's wishful thinking, but if, India, Japan, probably part of the Quad formation. I know Quad is more, there's an economic element in the Quad, but we should see, if we can't get it at the G20, it's too big a bullet to bite, because every G20 country has a creative ecosystem, including Russia, and every creative ecosystem is losing money. So, if we can't get it at the global level, let's kind of look at it at the bilateral level, to see whether we can kind of to find a solution through these kind of partnerships. My next on this subject, enforcement of IPR, I think so far the focus has been on, blocking websites, which is fine. It's good focus. Kudos to everybody who's in part. But it reminds me, it's no point, it's like blocking websites is akin to finding a solution to dengue and malaria by killing mosquitoes. Okay, mosquitoes are going to breed likewise. Websites are going to breed also, like mosquitoes. I think the solution is to find the problem is, if you can, the ponds that breed the mosquitoes, if you can find a solution to those, and I think the mosquito menace will reduce, and therefore malaria will reduce. It's also finding strong immunity in terms of blockbuster drugs. So can AI be, and Japan is very strong in AI, Japan and India can collaborate, and but not without bypassing the regulators, without bypassing the judiciary, can we find solutions to use AI to find. I don't have the answer, but I'm just putting out the hypothesis there to find solution to piracy. My last submission, and to this panel discussion is everybody, when you talk of media and entertainment, everybody looks at the United States. Fair enough, it's a giant business, but one should also look at Japan. Japan has a media and entertainment sector which is $2.6 trillion. Okay, what is it that we can learn in terms of respect of copyright value? Can this forum, Japan, and can CII, along with JETRO, come up with a kind of a study? And while everybody looks at America, while everybody looks at the UK, there's also Japan, and the Japanese entertainment, media and entertainment sector also includes gaming and gambling. Given the fact that gaming and gambling are also finding its ways in India. What can we learn from the bilateral? And to my esteemed panelists and guests from JETRO, keep in mind there is an incentive for JETRO to kind of facilitate the study, because one of the biggest investors in the media and entertainment sector in India across every vertical is Sony. Sony is big in India on the networks. They're amongst the top 3 networks. Sony is a big movie producer. Sony Music is huge in domestic repertoire, and Sony has a huge gaming potential in India, given the fact that we're moving from console gaming to mobile gaming. So is there something that we can kind of study together and see what we can learn from Japan? How did Japan achieve this huge $2.6 trillion media and entertainment industry? With those comments, I'd like to once again say thank you to everybody, and I will stop here. Thank you very much. Praveen, over to you.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, just before I move on to the next speaker, I think you brought up some excellent points about cybersecurity. I'd like to mention the Microsoft range of matters pending before the Delhi High Court, which related to very interesting cases where American individuals, old homes, consumers received pop-up messages on their screens saying that you've got a virus in your computer and we can help you. We are Microsoft partners, and they would then ask for $200, $300, $400 to repair the damage, and then they would once they received the money, the computer would freeze and lock up, and it was discovered that most of those scams were happening in multiple countries, but also various centers in India. So we brought actions, raids were conducted, but they showed how this whole thing was an international effort with many subsidiary companies in England, and cases were filed in multiple jurisdictions, damages granted. Some of those cases are still pending here before the Delhi High Court. Second, you spoke about changes, then there can be small changes or revolutionary changes. Question is, do we wait for the big one to come, or do we continue to make these small changes? For example, now, as far as small changes are concerned, the ethics rules, intermediary rules of 2021, and then the changes in 2022, where reasonable efforts have been introduced, the further definition of due diligence and what due diligence actually means, defined Section 79 of the IT Act, Press Note 2, etc. These were all small changes, but they all added up to a solution. And I think the lesson here, which I would like to leave other panelists with thinking about, is that I think we need to concentrate on getting the incremental changes moving every day, every time period, rather than waiting for the big solution to come. Okay, with that, I'd invite our next panelist, Mr. Sulabh Khandelwal, who is the country lead, anti-counterfeiting and brand protection of Ford Motor Company. Mr. Khandelwal, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Anand. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Navneeta and CII, for having me here amongst the esteemed panelists that we have today. It's a pleasure indeed. So I'm not here to share or submit any presentation. I'm here representing my thoughts in my individual capacity, and I'll be sharing my experience on how things have been for me in last 9 years that I spent for Ford Motors as far as IPR enforcement is concerned. I'll start with actually agreeing to what my colleague from Lal City said, that sadly in India specifically,
Sorry to
IPR.
interrupt. Mr. Khandelwal, if you can turn on your camera if possible.
Oh, sure. My apologies, sorry.
Thank you.
It works now, I guess, yeah. Great, no, thank you. So yeah, what I was saying is that I'll probably start with to agreeing what my colleague from Lal City said, that actually, sadly, in fact, IPR is not really considered a very serious crime in major countries and mostly in developing countries like ours. And on top of that, it is actually indeed a low risk, high volume crime. And that is the reason why a lot of new counterfeiters day in and day out are, coming up, in markets like India and others and flourishing their business. And that is where it becomes more imperative for us to have a really strong and stringent IPR enforcement mechanism. So I'm just going to share my experience of what I've been, through in all last 9 years as far as the IPR enforcement is concerned. So, to be honest, I would say what we still lack is a proper sensitization or creating a proper awareness among stakeholders. We've been doing a lot of enforcement actions with be it civil, be it criminal. We've been working with a lot of customs houses across the country to make sure that they are in sync with us in our efforts to fight the menace of counterfeiting. But sadly, what we have realized in all these years is that what lacks is the right education. I would not say here that the guys, our enforcement mechanisms aren't well versed with whatever means they have, but we have to understand the person whom we'll be interacting for our on ground actions would actually might not know in detail, in depth, what exactly, how serious is this, how serious is the crime, how it supports the economy, how it supports the exchequer, how it supports the ultimate consumers, and likewise. So we've been trying our bits and butts to educate all the stakeholders, be it the customs, be it the police officers, day in and day out, to make sure they are aware of what, in our case, our trademarks looks like, to make them understand how serious is this crime and how you and we both can mutually collaborate and mutually understand the sensitivity, the criticality of this, and works in that domain. That said, I would also like to mention here that lately there have been improvements, a lot of improvements, in fact. We know for a fact that still counterfeiting is considered a non-cognizable offense. So that is a big leap, but what I know that the rightful sources are working to make it a cognizable one, which actually would be a big win for us. So in all due time that is passed now, maybe in last 3-4 years, the machinery, the enforcement machinery, the enforcement mechanism has become more flexible. They understand the brand owner's requirement well. They are pretty much in support. In fact, at times they are pretty much proactive as well, if I may say so, in supporting the brand owners, efforts to fight towards curbing the menace of counterfeiting. So again, I would like to submit here that the biggest thing that we realize from our automobile perspective is that it is imperative to train, to educate all our stakeholders, not just the police, the customs, and others, but all the stakeholders, be it internal or external, to make them understand how critical is the issue, what sort of support is required from the industry, what sort of support is required from the government, what sort of support is required from the corporate houses. And we have to understand that this sort of menace can only be fought when you are collectively taking actions against that. And education, again, sensitizing a customer, if they are pretty well versed of what they are doing while buying a counterfeit part or a counterfeit product in that sense. If they start saying no to this, trust me, half our battle is won. So we strongly believe that sensitizing all our stakeholders is a need of the hour. I'll rest my submission here, Mr. Anand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sulabh. That was really short and sweet and very, very useful and practical. With that, we come to our last speaker for the day, Anubhav. Anubhav, as we all know, is a well-known player in the IP world, being the Global Brand Relations Manager of Amazon India. Anubhav. Yeah.
Thank you very much for inviting me here. And it's a pleasure to be part of this August event and this August panel. As you know, we work very closely as Amazon with strategic organizations, and we do build bridges with brands in order to launch those strategic programs in order to address pain points, all with the goal of ensuring that brands are able to effectively protect their intellectual property on Amazon. And with that background, I can talk about Amazon's business in brief. We as a marketplace actually have got millions of customers, sellers, and buyers. Question is, what proactive role do we play in protecting the IP rights of those IP interest of those right owners, as well as protect the interest of buyers? What kind of tools do we have in place? And so I'll be focusing on those tools here. If you can see my slides. With that in mind, let me share some of those unique innovations that we have derived using technology at Amazon. Most important of them is brand registry. Brand registry currently has got more than 700,000 brands enrolled into this particular feature. And this basically employs, as I said, machine learning, artificial intelligence, etc., to roll out different initiatives for the brands. The first of such is automated brand protection, or ABP. Now, what ABP really does is that it identifies and removes suspected infringements on its own. Second tool is report a violation. We have rolled out this feature for brands to be able to report their infringements on Amazon using report a violation feature on brand registry. The third is Project Zero. This Project Zero is basically an unprecedented power to the brands that they can use to remove counterfeits or suspected counterfeits themselves using a self-service tool, which basically means that they don't need to report it to Amazon. They can remove the infringements by themselves in real time. Currently, more than 20,000 brands are enrolled into Project Zero worldwide. And the fourth one is transparency. It is based on product serialization service that uniquely identifies the product and helps us protect your brands against the products not flowing from your company. There are 23,000 plus brands that are enrolled in transparency. As our solutions are global, our objective is to stop potential counterfeits from reaching our fulfillment centers and our customers. Talking about machine learning tools, what we do is that in order to identify risk signals, we employ some of the most advanced machine learning capabilities in the world. What these tools really do is that they focus on stopping the bad actors even before they are able to get their products listed on Amazon. And this machine learning approach has got multiple benefits as compared to a more manual approach, which include, for example, the ability to work on a massive scale that I just spoke about. And this machine learning approach basically helps us recognize and prevent those patterns and behaviors which are non-obvious to human beings. And what all of this really does, what is the impact is noteworthy here. In 2021, we were able to prevent over 2.5 million suspected bad actors, bad actor accounts from entering our stores, basis using these features. We also blocked more than 4 billion bad listings from being published in our stores. Over 99.9% of pages viewed by our customers never had a counterfeit complaint. We also monitor millions of pieces of feedback that we receive from customers, right owners, and regulators. And we identify and remove bad listings using our proactive controls. In fact, we have invested more than $900 million and employed more than 12,000 people in order to fight fraud and abuse on our marketplaces across the world. And this is the impact that is produced due to the collaboration that we have had with, and we continue to have with brands, with associations, and important stakeholders in this, including many law firms which are proactively working with us. So happy to explore this relationship further. And taking it to the next level, what we have done is that we have rolled out a counterfeit crimes unit that basically brings these bad actors to justice. Counterfeit crimes unit, I'll briefly talk about, it's an exciting program where we have created a unit dedicated to pursuing bad actors globally. What we do is we partner with brands to file civil and criminal litigations against bad actors. Amazon Counterfeit Crimes Unit is actively, investigating those bad actors that violate the law and offer counterfeits on our marketplaces. It's a global team, a multidisciplinary team composed of federal prosecutors, experienced investigators, and data analysts. Our first priority, as you know, is to be proactive in blocking those suspicious listings. But if a bad actor is able to evade our systems and list a counterfeit in violation of our policies, the Counterfeit Crimes Unit will bring additional resources to hold these bad actors accountable in the offline world. The CCU basically will mine Amazon's data, get holds of the information from external resources, such as the service providers, open source intelligence, and also leverage law enforcement information available against these targets. In 2021 alone, Amazon CCU has sued or referred for investigation in US, UK, EU, and China more than 600 criminals. And this is just a start, as we are looking to expand to other countries, including India. And for that purpose, we are looking to collaborate together with all the stakeholders, including law enforcement. So with that, I would stop my presentation here. Thank you very much, and looking forward to work closely with all of you.
Thank you very much, Anubhav. I have one question for you. You have, as a company, invested a huge amount.
I think you're on mute, Mr. Anand.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. We can hear
Yes,
it.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear it.
Yeah. So my question is, you invested a lot of money in developing know-how, which is partly based on artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc. Do you think, given the fact that piracy is so rampant on the internet, and there are so many e-commerce entities, portals, etc., marketplaces which are involved in piracy, is there any possibility that your know-how, which you have developed, can be licensed out to such entities or utilized by them without them having made this kind of investment? Anubhav?
I can't hear a word. Sorry if you guys can hear me. I don't know why I can't hear a word. It seems I could read the lips of Mr. Anand if he's naming me or he's asking a question to me.
Yes.
I can't hear a word. My apologies.
Anu, are you able to hear me?
Can somebody else hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, clearly.
Anubhav, are you ducking the question? Anyways, I think there's some acoustics issue. We'll leave it at that. Are there any questions that any of the panelists have? Because we still have about a few minutes, 3-4 minutes. It appears that we don't have any questions for each other, in which case I would request everybody to please give a hand of applause to all our panelists and thank everybody.
Sir, I think now Anubhav can hear us. Just he has just a message.
Oh yeah,
Anubhav?
I can hear now. My apologies.
Yeah.
Anubhav, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Mr. Anand.
Okay. My question, Anubhav, was that you've invested a huge amount of money in artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc., to come up with an absolute wonderful solution which has reduced piracy on Amazon. Is it, given the fact that there are so many marketplaces and e-commerce websites, etc., which are selling counterfeits, they may not have the resources to develop such know-how. Is there any thought, possibility, plan to license out your know-how to others who may utilize it for controlling piracy as well?
Oh yeah, this is such a great thought. We did hear this kind of best practice sharing suggestion as well previously, and we do get requests from law enforcement as well to help them understand really how do we do it really. What is the special one thing or special many things that we did at Amazon? And I think there is definitely a willingness on part of Amazon to share the best practices that is getting reflected in multiple initiatives that we run out when we work together with law enforcement or with the other brands that we proactively reach out to. Now, talking about licensing it to the other players, I think this is definitely one step that I can check back and get back to all of us and to you as well. But I think I take your suggestion and advice, and I think it's a really great idea if someone can do it from Amazon side.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And I think with this, we can close the session unless somebody has a burning question before we finish. If not, then I'd like everybody to please give a round of applause to all our panelists. Since everybody's on mute, you can probably only hear me clapping.
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Thank you, all the business panelists, guests and delegates.
Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
With this, we come to the close of this session. We'll start our next session in another 15 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Until not 15 minutes, 1:45 we can start. All the panelists are there. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Tough glass is stronger and also safer. It's 4 times more stronger and 4 times more impact resistant than ordinary glass. It can withstand heavy loads like no other and withstand high wind pressures. In the rare case of breakage, it shatters into tiny blunt pieces and not harmful sharp shards, making it safe for your homes. Look out for the Saint-Gobain Assure logo on every pane to ensure product authenticity. Saint-Gobain Toughened Glass for strength and safety.
Good afternoon, Dr. Shankar.
Hey, good afternoon, Navneeta. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. Thank you.
Great.
How are you?
Great. Very, very good. We had a great event yesterday, and
Yesterday was
today's,
great.
yes, really nice.
Yes.
So,
Sir,
just,
so I think all the panelists are here. Hi.
yes,
So with your permission, we may start the session.
absolutely. I'm ready. We can get
Okay.
started. So we have about 1 hour for this panel.
We have about 1 hour, and we
Sure.
have 5 panelists, including you.
Great.
So accordingly, you may decide. And this. So
Sure.
I'm beginning the session, and then I'll handing over to you.
Perfect. Perfect.
So good afternoon, all the panelists and delegates. We are going to start the session 6, which is Sustainable Development Goals and Innovations, how IP protection systems propels it forward. So I would like to request Mr. Dr. Shankar Venugopal, who is the moderator of the session, to take this session forward. And sir, you may introduce all the panelists and take the session forward, please. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Navneeta. A very warm good afternoon, friends, and very happy to be here with you all to discuss about this most important topic before us today, which is the Sustainable Development Goals. And specifically, we are going to talk about it in the context of innovation and intellectual property. So I have the privilege of being the moderator for this important panel discussion today. And I am Shankar Venugopal, and I'm based at the Mahindra Research Valley. I work for the automotive and the farm business of Mahindra. So what I intend to do is the next 5 to 10 minutes, I'm going to use this time to set the context and also outline 3 important dimensions that we will cover during the panel discussion today. So give me a minute so that I can share my screen and we could get started with the discussion. Friends, the topic for discussion today is Sustainable Development Goals and Innovations, and more specifically, how IP protection system can propel this forward, how we can achieve the SDGs faster with the right IP protection in place. And I'm Shankar Venugopal. I'm a Vice President with Mahindra & Mahindra. I'm glad to be speaking on this particular topic because as Mahindra & Mahindra, way back in April 2016, we became the first Indian company to sign up for the EP 100. So we started our journey a little early in terms of aligning our work with the SDGs. To just give a context, the Indian government, what it has done towards achievement of SDGs in a faster way, primarily the government has initiated a lot of very ambitious programs in terms of universal rural electrification, sanitation and housing for all, massive expansions of clean and renewable energy, road and digital connectivity for all, and universal elementary school education to start with. And there are many more programs. Best part of it is to set the ball rolling. The government of India has appointed Niti Aayog, the most important think tank in the country today, to perform a very detailed mapping of all 17 SDGs and 169 targets to nodal central ministries, centrally sponsored schemes, and major government initiatives. So friends, we are well geared in terms of getting the government support in the form of key initiatives to achieve the SDGs. Now, from the Indian context, also want to draw your attention to the context where I come from, this is where I work, Mahindra. Mahindra is a conglomerate of many different companies. So you would see on this chart that how the various companies from Mahindra are spread across all the 17 SDGs that we have been talking about. So this is not a coincidence, but this is by design that we wanted to make sure that we have businesses that are spread across all the 17 SDGs. So naturally, it happens that the IP that we create also covers all the 17 SDGs. And the IP creation over the years has steadily increased. And a lot of these technologies that we develop for our businesses are also key enablers for the various SDGs that we will look at today. I just want to draw your attention to just one example in the interest of time, which is SDG 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. There's just one example I wanted to deep dive into. Just show you 4 areas where we are contributing to this SDG. One is in the form of clean mobility. We have made big investments into electric vehicles, which have very high efficiencies and also zero tailpipe emission. And this, we have announced the launch of 5 new electric vehicles over the next 2 to 3 years time frame, which is our humble contribution towards making mobility sustainable, not only in India, but since these products are being exported, it will enable clean mobility across the globe. Then we have this program for the farmers, which is the Seed the Rice, which is all about using high-end technologies like precision farming, electric tractors, and autonomous tractors to make sure that the resources are used in an intelligent manner, whether it's water or soil or any of the resources that a typical farmer would use in the typical Indian agricultural practice. We ensure that the optimum use of these resources is made by using the right technologies. We also bring in artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, the best of best technologies to enable SDGs across the 17 important areas. And we have a dedicated research valley, the Mahindra Research Valley, with close to 3,000 engineers to help us innovate and solve important problems across the 17 SDGs. This is the Mahindra Sustainability Framework that we have developed over the years based on our success with various projects across SDGs, with a focus on people, planet, and profit. I just want to draw your attention to the center block, the blue one, which is all about rejuvenating the environment, where we talk about achieving carbon neutrality, becoming water positive, ensuring no waste to landfill, and promoting biodiversity. So this is the framework that we structure our businesses around. Now, looking beyond Mahindra, I want to draw your attention to some of the innovative startups in India and other parts of the globe, which are coming up with very innovative ideas and very cool technologies that give us the confidence that we can achieve the SDGs much faster. Look at the very first example of use of artificial intelligence by Niramai, which is a Bangalore-based startup, which diagnoses breast cancer using artificial intelligence. Very early stage diagnosis is possible, and this is almost at half the cost of what a typical mammography would cost. This is the use of AI for health and wellness. If you look at a much more humbler application, which is the use of cloud computing for managing solid waste. So this Rubicon uses cloud-based big data platform to connect the waste producers with a network of independent waste haulers. And this is not just in India, but it enables this across 18 countries. So friends, there are immense opportunities when we start using some of the emerging technologies to solve critical problems in the areas of SDGs. I have just a couple of charts to show you a few more such interesting and innovative startups. Look at IoT, the Internet of Things. Tata Communications is using IoT for environment monitoring. IoT devices provide real-time data on temperature, humidity, and enabling them to take corrective measures accordingly. This is just a very simple use of basic sensors and bringing in a layer of intelligence using IoT. The Ministry of Commerce and Industry in India has launched a blockchain-based online marketplace for coffee. Imagine using a high-end technology like blockchain to ensure that the processes around acquisition is legitimate and also the fair pricing of the product in a very important product like coffee, which is important not only for India, but also many other geographies across the globe. Last chart on this topic, which shows the use of robotics. Here, Ecopia, a robotics company from Israel, is deploying solar panel cleaning robots in Madhya Pradesh. Imagine we have this large area solar panel farms, and cleaning these solar panels and maintaining the efficiency of this is a very, very difficult task. And here we are using robotics to make sure that the panels are clean and operate at the highest possible efficiencies. So friends, when you open our approach to some of these new emerging technologies, which are all exponentially growing in terms of the performance, and the cost of technology is also falling exponentially, I'm very confident that we'll be able to achieve the SDGs much, much earlier. So friends, from the context of the panel discussion today, I want to propose 3 dimensions in which we could discuss about the Sustainable Development Goals. The first is in terms of what should be the right IP creation strategy to achieve Sustainable Development Goals. And the second is how do we facilitate collaboration towards facilitating innovation and IP creation that leads to early achievement of SDGs. Last but not the least, what should be the IPR policies of different countries, how they should align in such a way that we are able to collaborate and achieve SDGs much, much faster. So let me just outline these 3 areas, and then we should be able to open it up for the panel discussion today. The very first one is the IP creation strategy for SDGs. And what you see on this chart here is how the various patented technologies today span across various SDGs. You see that SDG 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure, is where the maximum IP creation has happened. Followed by SDG 3, which is good health and well-being. Then SDG 7, which is affordable and clean energy. And the 4th one in the series is SDG 12, which is responsible consumption and production. So these are the top 4 SDGs where maximum IP creation has happened. This is not just number of patents, but this is also in terms of the strength of patents and what it enables. So we call it as a patent asset index. And this has been possible by 3 important things. One is in terms of very rapid capability building by the various companies that have participated in this IP creation. And also they setting very bold targets, what we call as big, hairy, audacious goals, the BHAGs. And this becomes important because we need to break away from today's constraints and set those ambitious goals, audacious goals to really achieve these SDGs. And the third and most important is the collaborations between industries and also between industry and academia. It is through this 3-pronged approach that we are today at a stage where we are able to have significant IP creation. The y-axis, if you see, it's about 2.4 million patents. That's the kind of index that we are talking about today. What we have done for this top 4 SDGs, I'm sure we'll be able to replicate for many of the other SDGs, which are at a fairly lower number in this chart today. But the same strategy would work for us to have more focused IP creation in the other areas of SDG also. So friends, for the panel discussion today, one of the very first questions that we would love to discuss is what should be our IP creation strategy in order to achieve the SDGs. The second one is how do we align our national IPR policy with the SDGs? Because when we look at the data, we see that there are nations which have very strong IPR policy, but some of them are not made big progress in terms of sustainable development goals. On the other end of the spectrum, we see countries which have made good progress in sustainable development goals, but do not have very strong IPR policy. So how do we strike the right balance so that we are able to achieve both? Because we want to have good IPR policies that encourages collaboration and innovation. At the same time, we want early, very fast achievement of the SDGs. So what would be the right alignment and what would be the right benchmarks for us to look at when we want to strike a healthy balance between these two? That would be the second dimension along which we will discuss today. And the third and the most important dimension would be how do we enable global collaboration to accelerate the achievement of SDGs? If you look at the IP activity, you see that significant IP is created by companies from 3 regions, China, Japan, and South Korea. That's what you would see on this chart on the right side, where you see Samsung, Toyota, Chinese Academy of Sciences, a lot of companies from these 3 regions, which have been very, very active in terms of IP creation. And this is across multiple SDGs. So how do we facilitate a collaboration between all these countries so that we can share ideas, intellectual property, and innovations so that together we'll all be able to achieve our SDGs. So friends, these are the 3 dimensions along which I would love to have the experts in the panel share their views so that we'll all be able to build on each other's knowledge and expertise, and together we will achieve the SDGs. We have this famous saying in India, which is in Sanskrit, which is Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam, which is the whole world is just one family. So wherever, whichever country you are, whatever be the IP that you have created, it is only through sharing and collaboration that we will all be able to achieve the SDGs, which is very, very important shift in the way we are going to work in the future towards handling IP and innovation to achieve SDGs much, much faster. So friends, let us focus on these 3 areas: the IP creation strategy, the alignment of national IPR policies, and also how do we enable global collaboration to achieve SDGs. So with this, I will stop my presentation, which has set the context. Now I would request each of the panelists to come up and share their views and thoughts. And then we will have 10 minutes at the end where we'll be able to take a few questions and then discuss further on these 3 dimensions. So let me stop sharing at the stage now and request the first panelist, Munish Sudan, to share his thoughts on this important topic. Over to you, Munish.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Venugopal. Let me just share my presentation. Can you just confirm if you're able to see my presentation?
Not yet, Munish. As soon as it comes up, I'll tell you.
Okay.
Yes, Munish, your screen is coming up now. Yeah, okay. We can see it now. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Venugopal, and a very interesting topic: sustainability, innovation, and intellectual property. And while this topic was given to me, I was just trying to develop a linkage between these 3. And as it happens, while spending time in innovation ecosystem for a long period of time, you understand that many things are obvious to you. But when you start digging deeper, you understand that there's much more than what we understand. And one of the revelation that I could make was that you keep on saying that innovation drives sustainability, or sustainability drives innovation, and what I could make out is that one is driving other. So it's not like both are complementary to each other. And I'll try to put my point by making some summation. And I look at innovation sustainability from two lenses. One is the resource view. And when we are talking about sustainability, we are talking about long-term maintenance of resources on social, economical, and environmental perspective. And we need to understand that resources, whatever resources that we are talking about, they are limited, and few are very limited. And having said that, we need to learn and we need to know how we can effectively manage these resources. And that's where the innovation comes into play. What does innovation does is making sure that we are able to do more with less. Not only more with the less, but we also try to make sure through innovation that we are able to make use of these resources effectively, recycle these resources also to the extent possible. And hence, innovation becomes the driver for sustainability. But when I look at the theory of business view, as it happens, Peter Drucker says that every business is based upon certain assumptions, the assumptions about their customers, assumptions about the value chains, assumptions about the supply chains, assumptions how they need to design their products. But let me accept it that for a long period of time, business has ignored this one fundamental aspect, and that's what we call about sustainability. So we need to look about that when we are designing our business processes, when we are defining the business assumptions, we also need to bring in the sustainability aspects. This is the new assumption that we need to think through, that we need to assume that, whatever we are designing, whether we are designing the supply chains, whether we are designing the new products, we need to think through the lens of sustainability. And that's why it's very, very important. Now, having said that, sustainability has thrown a plethora of opportunity to us from an innovation standpoint. Never in the history of humankind, at least what I have seen last 20 years in my professional career, we have seen the kind of opportunities which have been thrown because of the sustainability, challenges which have been thrown up to us and to every industry. So it's a great innovation opportunity which has come through sustainability angle. So we need to think from that particular angle. When we look at the innovation effectiveness, and as it happens, Dr. Venugopal was talking about that, how we need to think from the IP strategy and innovation strategy perspective. Conventionally, the innovation strategies and organizations have looked at innovation strategies from answering two questions. One is the where to compete, and the second is how to compete. And when organizations are deliberating upon where to compete, basically for a long period of time, of course, the returns has been the biggest driver. But sooner as the competition becomes more and more fierce, people have also realized the value of intellectual property, what it brings for their businesses. But more and more, we also need to understand that we need to bring now the third aspect, sustainability. It has not remained an option. Now, we need to think through these three lenses while we are making our innovation strategies. And that's why I'm talking about that we need to redesign our innovation processes. While we are taking up new innovation portfolios for our organizations, just not looking at returns, just not looking at exclusivity, but we need to also think through the lens of sustainability. That's how you will make your innovation effective. Now, looking at the role of intellectual property on a sustainability perspective, I see it from a 5 points canvas, and I'll try to make my point at how these are closely linked to the sustainability development goals. The first and foremost is related to that IP facilitates knowledge creation. And if we go to the very basic nature of the patent, by way of its construction, it acts as a knowledge mechanism. And what it does, of course, on one hand, it makes sure that the companies or the organizations who are inventing it, they get exclusivity. On the other hand, it makes sure that knowledge reaches to the wider society. So there's a purpose which is for the greater good. That is that once this knowledge reaches to the larger public, we are able to innovate faster. And when we are able to innovate faster, we are able to come up with the solutions for the existing problems much faster. And hence, IPR becomes an enabler for rapid development and rapid deployment of these sustainable technologies. Dr. Venugopal also talked about collaboration, that we must touch upon this particular point. We need to understand when we are talking about innovation, there are two big stakeholders in the innovation ecosystem. One is the existing players, the incumbents, what we call established players, and others are startups. And as we look at the existing players, conventionally they have the bias towards what they have been doing for ages, because of not only because of the legacies, but because of the capital investment they have made on their existing technologies. So typical approach which incumbents take is to make existing things better by incremental changes. On other hand, we also need to understand that new entrants approach, and that the only USP which works for the new entrants, startups or SMEs, is to come up with the radical solutions. And innovation is at the core of their heart. But we need to understand that how we can bring these two key stakeholders together. And we need to find the mechanism, and intellectual property becomes very, very important mechanism to facilitate these collaborations. I'm just putting up some stats, how the larger ecosystem is looking at in terms of the collaborative engagement. And if we look at this landscape, we understand that IP has become currency in this collaboration ecosystem. How you make sure that you not only leverage your benefits, but you also make sure that your partner is also getting benefit. And this has become very, very critical strategy. So intellectual property is becoming a key enabler for fostering collaborations and enabling collaborations. Third, very, very important aspect, which is again related to the sustainability development goals and the target, is that we need to make sure that we encourage our SMEs and the startup ecosystem. And we all understand that, what they lack. As I mentioned in my previous slide, they lack on one fundamental aspect, is that they need support for the capital investments, or for the big investments. Now, they need to be given important mechanism. So intellectual property becomes that very important mechanism, whether it's in the form of a collateral, whether that acts in the form of convincing the venture capitalists on the differentiation and novelty, and it helps you in raising the funds. And when it helps you in raising the fund, of course, you help, intellectual property help in terms of, the fostering, the flourishment of the small scale industries. So it's very, very important perspective there. The fourth very, very important aspect is promoting social equality. And I'll just give you one stat, which is a bit old, maybe an year old stats, but there are more than 50 companies now with revenue of more than $1 billion, which didn't exist a decade back. Now, and if you look at this, many of these unicorn, we'll find that the basic USP, which has helped them to become a global giant, is because of intellectual property. I've listed many of such examples, but we can dig out many such examples from the past decade also. So IPR is facilitating emergence of new innovators, and which is good. We are able to create new entrepreneurs. We are able to create the larger ecosystem into the business ecosystem, and that's happening through intellectual property and innovation. The fifth, very, very important, is that when we're talking about the sustainability, we also need to understand why organizations, why company needs to put effort for doing research and development. And as it happens, the very basic nature, the based upon which the intellectual property systems have been designed, is to incentivize it. And this incentivization ensures that one who develops new technology is able to maintain supra-competitive pricing. Is able to license that technology, even he is not ready to make that capital investment. Not only that, it's becoming the critical mechanism for cross-licensing opportunity. In the world, the competitive world that we see, and we are making these observations day in, day out, that more and more companies are not willing to give you technology for money, but they are ready to exchange technology if you have any complementing technology. And hence, intellectual property is also making sure that you are creating cross-licensing opportunity, which is in a way, again, fostering the collaboration. So it's leading to research and development expenditure as a proportion of GDP, which is another very critical sustainability development target that we have set up. And as it happens, the best way to predict your future is to create it, and we need to understand that how we can make that change happen. I'm making few strategies and what policy changes that we can bring in just to make sure that our journey towards sustainability is much faster. And as it has happened, we can learn from our past experience while we have created some of the FRAND terms for the telecom industry. I think it's a time that we start looking for FRAND condition for sustainability technology essential patents also. This can be one of the game changers, and I think industry need to come together to think on this particular direction, because speed is very, very essential. Otherwise, a lot of time goes in, in these transactions. What should be the royalty? What should be the charges? What should be the upfront licensing fees, which slows down the overall process. And what we have seen is that companies have come forwarded and they are making patent pledges. I've quoted here examples from some of the high-tech industries, HP, Facebook, and Microsoft. They're making their available key patents to accelerate the adoption of low carbon technologies. And I think more and more we need to create such kind of strategies. And why I say so that because as the Einstein said that we can't solve the problems by using the same kind of thinking which we use to create them. So of course we have intellectual property strategies which we have used. We have been successful on those forefront. But to make and to take this challenge and to solve this challenge, I think we need to tweak some of our intellectual property strategy, the way we are designing our innovation portfolio. We need to keep the sustainability at the forefront. So those were few comments and a few inputs and the thoughts from my end. Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Munish. I'm sure we'll very, very, very good insights. Sure, we'll have some time for questions at the end. So please be around so that we can discuss more on these points. And friends, Munish is a good friend and he heads the intellectual property at Tata Steel. So I forgot to formally introduce him before he gets started. You're so eager to start discussing about it. I forgot to introduce. Sorry about that, Munish. Sure?
No issues, Dr. Venugopal. Thank you.
Thanks. So, and next we are going to hear from Dr. Rajan Sudesh Ratna, who represents United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific. You may remember I briefly mentioned when we look at the IP activity, Japan, China, and South Korea emerged as very active IP players when it comes to innovation and new technology in SDG areas. And this organization, the United Nations Economic and Social Commission, specifically look at the Asia and Pacific region and how we can enable cooperation and collaboration between the countries in the Asia Pacific region. So we are very happy to have Dr. Rajan Ratna here. Over to you, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Venugopal. Thank you very much. And thank you, CII, for inviting me. I would just like to share one or two issues. Okay, let me share quickly. Okay, so if you could see the screen, we are office in Delhi, but we look into sub-regional, which is Southwest Asia, which covers 10 countries. This is an average of the SDG performance of the countries for 2021. That publishes every year the SDG performance report. And it's an average of 10 countries. It includes Turkey, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Maldives. So, and thank you, as Mr. Venugopal highlighted some of the SDGs which require, innovation, which I will come to it later. But the focus, if it is, you look at, is specifically dealt in SDG 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. The sub-region is way behind the target of 2021. So you can see this chart. And definitely he talked about SDG 3. There also we are lagging behind. And then 12, which is again, we are lagging. I mean, actually it has regressed. And in fact, given that the Paris Agreement has come and the countries have given commitment, including the Honorable Prime Minister of India, who in the last year, UNFCCC, he draw the roadmap of India, how carbon neutralization is going. And so that climate action also becomes very important in terms of innovation. Shifting the energy, of course, Mr. Venugopal had talked about the energy and others, but that is another area which requires a lot of innovation, because we have to shift from the carbon to non-carbon or a renewable energy, where a lot of innovation is required. I'm just giving you a glimpse of Southwest Asia, the one which I showed just recently, compared with Asia and Pacific, which covers 62 countries, but this covers for the countries in the Asia and Pacific region, and not some of the US, etc., which are much more better. So even if you see there, and if you look at Asia and Pacific, all the 17 goals, we are behind the schedule. And this one is for India. If you look at the last graph, this one is for India. Unfortunately, again, when you look at 9, we are lagging behind, but 1 in no poverty, we have done better. 6, which is clean water, we have done better. Climate action, way ahead with the rest of the countries in the region. And, the partnership for the goals, again, you can see here that India is almost at the target of 2021, but Asia and Pacific is lagging behind. South and Southwest Asia is much, much way behind. So if you look at, and of course, COVID taught a lot of innovation, and the private sector people, they were forced to use innovative method. There was a talk which was going on in the last section, which I heard, was about e-commerce. So a lot of activities has started from e-commerce, and which cover a lot of these activities, and that I also see as innovation, because when you talk about poverty, you talk about hunger, how to keep maintaining the supply chain. When you look at goal 3, of course, goal 3 has a very particular 3B on trips. But if you look at goal 3, good health and well-being, lot of tele-health services have increased during the COVID time. And these were all innovation, which were forced, not that they were not available. WhatsApp was available, web links were available, but people did not shift to it. So the industry in terms of e-commerce, retail and supply chain, even the whole supply chain for essential commodities in India was kept intact. And if you look at the 10 countries in South and Southwest Asia, and if you look at goal 9, you will find there is none of the countries in Asia, in our sub-region, really has a green dot, which means that the HDG has been achieved. So somewhere it is stagnating with major challenges remaining. Of course, Afghanistan has a unique problem and challenge. But if you look at Bangladesh, moderately increasing, but still significant challenges remain. So is for Bhutan, for Iran, for Maldives. So many countries have this challenge. And if you see on 9, India has major challenge, though it is moderately increasing. Responsible consumption and production, more of a green in the region, but India also has done better. Climate action, definitely, as I told, many of the countries have done better, which require a lot of work to be done. Binding into the partnership, definitely, yes. We have a platform where we do bring policymakers, think tanks, and to a certain extent, private sector. But ESCAP also has an Asia Pacific Business Forum. I do not know how many of you are aware, but that's an annual event where we get all the industry champions come and discuss, and SDG is also one of the thematic discussion which takes place there. For what Mr. Venugopal talked about, sharing each other. Actually, we have created on our website a database of SDG good practices. We have a database of around 1,200 good practices. We only started a year and a half ago, and it covers good practices from the sub-region, and it covers the national policies. It covers many of the innovative policies which have been initiated by the private sector and also at a local level. Innovation was also seen during COVID time in education. How when the schools were closed, how schools in remote places and the teachers and the students used, but still there are a lot of challenges which remain. Health sector the government spending was less pre-COVID. Mostly it was driven by the private sector. And so it came up to the challenge it accepted, and many of the telehealth services were provided. But overall, if you see in terms of innovation, if you see in terms of research, if you see in terms of analysis, it's worldwide driven by the private sector, and the role of private sector becomes very, very important in driving this agenda. Unfortunately, many of that the SDG is a goal of the government or a country or a UN. But no, these are the goals undertaken by the government for the whole of a civil society, the people, all the people. The challenge which we face, at least in the South Asia, that despite having 1/3 of the world population in this part of South Asia, we at least cover half of the world poor. And therefore, if South Asia or if India does not achieve the sustainable development goal, the global SDG goals will never be met, because it will always have that pull down effect because of its weight. Unfortunately, the concentration of the efforts in this part of the sub-region is not that high from the donors, from the developed countries and others to assist and help countries achieving the sustainable development goal. The countries in this sub-region, all of them have a different challenge. Afghanistan is facing another problem. Pakistan recently faced a lot of floods and a lot of lives were lost. Sri Lanka, we all know what has happened. Turkey has its own problem. Iran has its own problem. Bhutan, Nepal, and Bangladesh graduating very soon from the LDC, so they will face another challenge. So each country has its own uniqueness. Some are landlocked, some are small developing countries, and different challenges. So if Southwest Asia covers basically the universe of all the countries or all kind of problems which you can think will exist in the world will exist here. And if certain solutions can be given and innovation can come out, there is a lot which the world can take from the South Asia or the countries within the sub-region than other. And therefore, building these partnerships are very, very important. In fact, I would like to call upon, and I will share it with. We are doing a sub-regional South and Southwest Asia SDG forum. Meeting in Islamabad, which will be held in the hybrid mode from 5th to 8th of December. And it also covers SDG 9. So the focus is the high-level policy dialogue, which takes place in New York. So the goals taken for them has been taken here. So it's SDG goals 6, 7, 9, 11. And then 17. These are the themes, and we would be too happy if the industry champions can share and attend those. At least if you can indicate those sessions where you would be interested and to speak and share your views, we would welcome, because that is how there is a lot which India also can contribute through the partnership to the South and Southwest Asia. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Rajan. I'm very happy that we got to know about your organization and all the good work that you have been doing. So thanks for enlightening us. I'm sure there will be some interesting questions from people wanting to know more about your initiatives. we'll wait for it towards the end. So once again, thanks a lot for being with us here today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Friends, now let's move to the next panelist that we have with us here, Ms. Irene. Ms. Irene Kitsara is the Director, European Standardization Initiatives at the IEEE Technology Center here. So I request Irene to take over and share her views on this topic. Over to you, Irene.
Thank you very much, Shankar, and thank you very much to the ICC for the kind invitation and this opportunity to exchange on the topic. Let me just share my screen. I hope you can see my screen. I will be looking, so as you mentioned, I work for IEEE, which is the biggest professional home for engineers with over 420,000 members. So on one side, we're dealing with creation of scientific content and the pre-IP content and contributions to technologies that are related to the SDGs. On the other side, the IEEE has a standardization arm. So I would like to take the opportunity today to talk about, on one side, the relation between innovation, IP, and SDGs, and then link this also and see how the standardization loops into the equation and address some of the issues you mentioned. So when we talk about innovation, we tend to refer to the narrow innovation, so the inventions in the context of IP, but we should also not forget the innovation can come from innovative governance approaches, business and innovative methods. And so we should bear this in mind that even if people who work in IP tend to have this this prism of innovation being inventions, that there are also other ways. We also may refer to disruptive innovation or even incremental, which may have a similar positive impact in tackling the SDG goals. It was mentioned that SDG 9 is very much of relevance to the topic of innovation, but as you have shown also through the examples that were shown before, we can see that a lot of technologies can address several of the SDG goals. When we are talking about, so when we are talking about innovation, we should also not forget that some of the innovative solutions may not fulfill the patentability requirements. Talking about IP strategy, in some cases, patent application, patent filings may or may not be part of the strategy of an organization. And very often in academia, we see that there tends to be more publications or open source work as opposed to patent filings. Also, the aspect of territoriality puts the whole discussion around, the need for national IPR policies and their adaptation, because I used to work with WIPO for 13 years, and in the studies we were doing, we were seeing that very often patenting activity was pretty much gathered among 10 top patent offices. So for a lot of countries, this was not necessarily an issue. A last point is that IP is boosting innovation because, of course, this attracts the intention and the attention of investors. And so, as I will show also in the next slides, there is also the creation of knowledge and technical content, which may further produce further innovation. So I would also like to talk about some perceptions versus the reality about the role of IP in tackling the SDGs. So some of the things that I think we have all heard is that that IP protected technologies are not necessarily relevant for the SDGs and for developing countries, because often they are very much linked into this cutting edge emerging technological solutions. Whereas there is sometimes this notion that the fundamental needs are a need for more low-tech technology. And so there is also this concern that such solutions may even increase the divide between developed and developing countries. So we tend to see that more and more these challenges are increasingly global. So we don't talk about problems faced in one specific country, while even local problems may have a global impact. So dealing with some technologies which may in the past have been an issue of a minority of countries now becomes relevant for researchers and investors around the globe. We also tend to see there has been an UNFCCC report according to which half of the technical solutions we will need to tackle, for example, climate change, will need to be disruptive solutions because we're simply running out of time. Also, the fact that some of the solutions are related to increasingly around ICT software, or solutions that thanks to the cloud and other technologies, they can be accessed remotely and used in the most remote places. All these show that IP technologies are IP protected technologies are very much relevant for tackling these issues. A second point is that IP is sometimes perceived as a barrier on one side for innovation, but also access to technology and knowledge. So the territoriality of the patent protection that I mentioned before, and also the timelines of patent protection, and also the different IP strategies across the globe should not be forgotten. So often because of a patented invention not being protected in a jurisdiction, this makes it turn into the public domain for a given country, or if it lapsed for the same reasons. So for that, then this technology is free to be used. When we're talking about access, and this, I think we have seen this very often in the discussions around the COVID related technologies, that there are many factors involved in the access discussion, and a lot of them are much more related to, for example, funding, local manufacturing facilities, or other policies, and they go much more beyond the IP. So we should bear in mind that this is just one part of the equation. A last point is the perception about the IP system only serving the interests of the IP owners, and we should not forget that this is a balanced system, trying on one side providing the patent protection in exchange to disclosure. So the fact that we have published patent applications and means that we have also copyright exempt, among others, information, technical information, legal and business information that researcher may use to search and analyze this information, understand trends, and build on this existing knowledge. Also, the patent classification, for example, the YO2 codes of the European Patent Office, or the Green IPC for what is provided by WIPO, they give also useful tools to use this wealth of knowledge to further serve the research community, which may not be using otherwise the IP system. So this is a misconception, and patent information can be a very useful information for informed decisions, and also for the development of IP strategies, either at a company level or even at a government level. Now, I would also like to, coming from IEEE, I would also like to raise the issue of standards and how they play into the whole innovation ecosystem. So while the IP system is looking at the protection of the technical invention, the standardization world is looking at ways to provide technical guidelines which makes this technology safer, interoperable, and sustainable for the future. At the same time, it provides, by providing best practices and proven methods, it helps build a case for new technologies and processes while covering standardization gaps in new and existing technologies. At the same time, this can support policy, regulation, and legislation that often play catch-up with the technology developments, and also helped in market adoption of the technologies in question and international trade. By its nature and its scope, the standardization refers to innovation and covers nearly all SDGs thematically. So there are a lot of standards around public health, energy sufficiency, etc. And it also helps to increase trust, social acceptance, and adoption of the technology, contributing to economic growth and competitiveness. If this is socially accepted and trusted. Increasingly, we tend to see something that is not covered by the IP and was not typically covered by standardization. We used to see only technical standards that were covering only, how should you carry out a test? Which are the steps you should follow? What are some good practices? And now we tend to see more and more socio-technical standards which cover some of the SDGs that are not otherwise covered by technology purely, such as, for example, addressing inequalities or gender imbalances, or providing qualitative education or decent workplaces. For example, at IEEE, we have a series of standards which refer to ethics in technology, sustainability, inclusion, fairness, and non-discrimination. We're currently, just to talk about the IEEE standards, we cover over 1,800 standards and projects, and this involves over 34,000 persons who work in working groups to establish these good practices and make sure that we're talking about standardized practices. The linkage of IEEE to IEEE's work and the standards in general to the SDGs has been used, for example, by UNECE. On this tool, they try to connect standards to specific SDGs, and these are some examples coming from the IEEE standards that refer to specific aspects, for example, standards of building green homes, or some related to energy efficiency, for example. There are also some examples of initiatives that there are at IEEE that relate to innovation and the SDGs. There is the initiative on Planet Positive 2030 that on one side is looking at the technology needs, the gaps, and the solutions to address sustainability, but at the same time is developing some metrics to calculate ways to calculate emissions, so create more measurable ways and systems. And there we collaborate with the European Commission, with the European Green Digital Coalition, among others, in order of supporting innovation in related to SDGs. There is an X Prize, an IEEE prize on energizing the future, so developing clean energy related technologies, and offering an important prize to allow for scaling up such solutions. Age technologies, which are around the modern robotics for addressing the aging population, and health solution, telehealth solution, etc. And also some which refer to what I mentioned before, the ethical considerations while developing these solutions, to avoid, for example, bias while developing artificial intelligence systems, and how to deal with that in the working place or at schools, how to build fair, educational systems, etc. And of course, a lot of standards around sustainable energy systems. The standards and IP are complementary areas in the innovation ecosystem. And I heard you mention before the SCPs and the front. The the intersection that has been raised to date has been only around this area. And the way that I personally see this is that they both provide, both areas, they provide metrics to count how much are we doing against, or towards the SDGs, both through the patenting activity, but also how many standards do we have on, or how much do we comply in relation to that. But what I also feel is that there is a lot of room for collaboration. You talked about different types of global collaboration. What I see missing is a more holistic approach to have these different pieces of the ecosystem work together and addressing socio-technical requirements and ethical concerns, and what else needs to be taken into account. So if we talk about the need to, I believe also in the increased need to disseminate information. So a lot of researchers, policymakers are, and even industry are not aware of the potential. For example, there are a lot of misconceptions around IP. There are a lot of misconceptions around standardization, and that is not facilitating the boosting of the work towards tackling the SDGs, and it also does not help informed decision making. So knowledge is power, and both areas can really contribute to accelerating that. Last but not least, having a responsible innovation system, ecosystem, can have a ripple effect on the IPR strategy, on the ways that the companies select to protect or not certain technologies and in which jurisdiction. And the same applies for standardization and identifying, what are the ways of translating responsible innovation in standards, what are the needs, and how are they being adopted. Now, the relevance of the SEP in the front for the discussions, we heard before, I think Monish mentioned something around this, and I believe that can be reviewed, but currently it is seen as the IP system tends to push this towards the standards. The standard system tends to, so I think there is a room for more dialogue in order to find ways to see how to optimize the existing system and see if there are any needs for adaptations to that. At the level of national IP strategy or company strategy, we should consider, what does this mean at a company or a national level, responsible innovation? What does it mean, corporate responsibility? And everyone should take their responsibility in the global challenges that we are currently facing. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks. Thanks, Irene. Very interesting perspectives, especially on the IEEE standards and the fact that you mentioned you're going beyond technical standards to look at socio-technical. And we do see AI coming into many of our domains. I'm from the automotive domain with autonomous vehicles in a big way. We do see concerns around cognitive biases that can creep into the decisions unknowingly through the algorithms. So I'm very happy to hear that IEEE is very proactive in this space. They've already gone ahead with standards which cut across both social and technical domains. So very happy to hear that. Thank you so much, Irene. We have one more panelist with us. I think we are just managing the time fine. So we have Hiroto-san from the WIPO Japan office, who is going to share his views with us through a pre-recorded video. And let me just make sure. Yes, Mr. Kensuke Hirota, who is a counselor from the WIPO Japan office. Over to you, Navneeta. We would love to hear Hiroto-san's thoughts on this.
Yes. Thank you. IT, if you can just play that.
Yes, we can see.
I am Kensuke Hirota, Counselor, Japan Office of WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization. First of all, I would like to show my appreciation to the organizers of this wonderful conference, Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, and its partner, the Japanese government, for the opportunity to speak here. Today, I would like to introduce one of the WIPO's SDG-related initiatives, WIPO Green. Before we go to the topic of WIPO Green, Let me briefly introduce WIPO and WIPO Japan office. WIPO is one of the 15 specialized agencies that belong to the United Nations. WIPO is a global forum for intellectual property services, IP policy, IP information and cooperation, as well as innovation and technology. WIPO was established in 1967 and currently is comprised of 193 member states. WIPO has over 1,100 staff members from more than 120 countries. The headquarters is at Geneva, Switzerland. WIPO administrates a variety of IP-related treaties, 26 in the whole, and provides the forum for member states to discuss or share information on several topics surrounding IP. WIPO's vision and mission are shown in this slide. WIPO's vision is as shown at the top of this slide. A world where innovation and creativity from anywhere is supported by intellectual property for the good of everyone. We believe that intellectual property can contribute to achieving several SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, adopted by all UN member states in 2015. Many of the SDGs 70 goals are closely related to innovation, and intellectual property can be the driving force of innovation. This slide also shows 4 strategic pillars of WIPO's activities under the WIPO's vision and mission. WIPO's vision and mission in this slide are set forth in the 5-year medium-term strategic plan 2022 to 2026, which has been agreed by the member states. Let me also explain briefly about WIPO Japan office. The WIPO Japan office is located in Tokyo and is focusing on 4 major initiatives. The first is to promote and raise awareness of innovation and IP to various targets, including youth, SMEs, research institutes, and corporate executives. The second is to promote and raise awareness of WIPO's services, including PCT, Madrid, Hague, and other WIPO initiatives, including WIPO Green in Japan. The third is to act as a bridge between Japanese government agencies and courts and WIPO headquarters in Geneva. It means that we play the role of an embassy of WIPO in Japan. The fourth is to disseminate Japan's IP experiences and information to abroad. For example, we hold seminars and workshops to explain the role of IP system, not only for Japan, but also for foreign countries, including developing countries. This slide shows the relationship between SDGs and intellectual property. The idea of no one will be behind, which is mentioned in the preamble of SDGs, is a goal that is equally relevant to human beings, regardless of whether in developed or developing countries. Therefore, we really hope that SDGs can be achieved through the cooperation of all humans on the planet. Many of the 70 goals of the SDGs are directly related to environmental issues, so as one of the United Nations agencies, WIPO is considering how the IP system do to help with these environmental issues. I'll go on to the introduction to WIPO Green. WIPO Green is one of the initiatives for intellectual property to contribute to SDGs. This slide shows the overview and main features of WIPO Green. WIPO Green is a global platform operated by WIPO to promote the technology transfer of environmental technologies. I will introduce the detail of the WIPO Green later, but I am showing main features in this slide. First, the purpose of WIPO Green is to provide matching opportunities for technology providers and technology seekers. Secondly, anyone, any companies, university, institution, or organization can use WIPO Green free of charge. Thirdly, the main services of WIPO Green is 3 online global databases: technology database, needs database, and expert database that promotes the technology transfer globally. Fourthly, WIPO Green organizes acceleration projects in specific area and theme every year. This slide shows the website of WIPO Green database. Anyone can look for the green technology or needs via this WIPO Green database. There are several functions to solve the technology or needs, such as environmental fields, countries, uploaders, organizations, and free text. We recently designed the interface of the database and improved usability, including an AI-based search function. Please visit our website and try VibeGreen. VibeGreen also has a database of experts who can help matching between technology providers and seekers. VibeGreen has about 300 registered experts from all over the world, and the experts provide various services such as engineering, technology, legal, financing, intellectual property, and other business services. If you need any help to realize technology transfer or licensing with third parties in the field of environment, you can find experts from this database. In order to solve global environmental issues, it is important to identify needs and to integrate relevant technologies and knowledge among government and stakeholders around the world. This table shows the acceleration projects that WIPE organized so far. Currently, we have been working on 3 projects: climate smart agriculture in Latin America, improve the value of palm oil waste in Indonesia, and reducing carbon emissions in Chinese cities. Some of needs or technologies identified in the acceleration project have been registered to VibeGreen database. There is one more important point of VibeGreen. It is often misunderstood that VibeGreen asks for free release of technology or low price licensing. This is incorrect. The intellectual property system is to encourage invention and creativity, and it is up to the inventors that decide whether to grant a license, at what price, and to whom. If WIPO or WIPO's member countries force them to do so, there is a risk that invention itself will be suppressed. The VibeGreen Charter also clearly states that, as shown in this slide, we leave it to the autonomy of the technology providers. As mentioned before, anyone can be a user of VibeGreen. It is free if you create VibeGreen account. In addition, we have 149 partners who agree with VibeGreen Charter and are allowed to participate in the VibeGreen Advisory Board meeting. Merits of becoming VibeGreen partner are shown here in this slide. Partners can participate in the Advisory Board meeting and be involved in the planning of VibeGreen, can use VibeGreen logo seal, and the company name is included in the list of partners in VibeGreen website. This might increase the reputation as an environmental-oriented organization. The number of VibeGreen partners from Japan is the largest in the world, with 49 organizations as partners. Many have joined in recent years, with about 80% joining since November 2019. Let me introduce one of our success stories at VibeGreen. This is a story of 2 companies that met at a VibeGreen matching event and solved a problem in Nigeria and Kenya. Portuguese company Cubo Environmental Technologies presented its water treatment technology in a compact modular container at the 2017 Innovate for Water event organized by VibeGreen. At the event, Cubo explained its technology. The technology can provide safe drinking water to sparsely populated areas in developing countries without water distribution infrastructure. But the company also reveals that it has a challenge to solve. It is finding a partner that can provide an integrated payment and collection system to deliver water to the end user. In the event, Cubo found Sastec in the Netherlands, whose water servers and payment terminals could be integrated with Cubo's water treatment and distribution technology. After the event, Cubo's team went to Sastec's headquarters in the Netherlands to finalize an agreement to integrate Sastec's terminals into their water treatment and distribution system. The project then proceeded in Kenya and Nigeria to bring safe drinking water to over 20,000 beneficiaries. This slide shows recent VibeGreen success story from Japan. In March this year, Shiseido, a Japanese cosmetic company and one of the Vipgreen partners, released a press release about the licensing of Vipgreen registered technologies to Toyo University Youth SDGs project. Shiseido has provided 11 technologies to the technology database of Vipgreen. While they were expressing and proposing licensing to universities that are actively working on the SDGs, they came into contact with Toyo University. Toyo University SDGs student group has succeeded in developing a hand cream product that contains extract of boysenberry, a local specialty, by utilizing Shiseido's Vipgreen technologies. At a recent graduation ceremony, the product was distributed to graduates, and the student group is planning to further improve the product based on the feedback obtained. We recognize that this case is unique. Vipgreen realized technology transfer, and also Vipgreen is supporting creative activities by youth and revitalization of local areas. We are very pleased that Vipgreen was playing a role as a catalyst of this interesting, successful case. In the remaining time, I would like to introduce our upcoming international online symposium. WIPE Japan office will be organizing an online symposium under the theme of IP, youth, and SDGs. The event will feature prominent speakers from diverse backgrounds such as Mr. Levon Lee, a 12-year-old junior high school student entrepreneur in Japan, Mr. Patrick Coyne, president of AIPLA, American Intellectual Property Law Association, Mr. Jose Grasa Arana, former president of the National Institute of Industrial Property in Brazil, and other influential speakers from worldwide. They will highlight the importance of youth awareness of IP and illustrate examples of how companies and societies are supporting innovation by the youth. WIPO Japan office would like to encourage participation from various backgrounds beyond those of IP-related industries. Please register here and join our event. If you have any questions on my presentation, please contact us at the email address of the Japan office of WIPO. Thank you very much for your kind attention. ありがとうございました。
That was Hirota-san from the Japan WIPO office who shared his insights with us. Very interesting to hear about the green WIPO and a lot of the innovation success stories that he shared with us. So I think it's almost 3 o'clock now. I'll wait for Navanita to confirm whether we really have any time left for questions. No, I see her shaking her head. So I don't think we have time for questions.
No time, already overshooted by
Yes,
15
I know.
minutes.
Maybe you can just copy the questions and send it to us, and we will answer those offline. So let me thank Navanita and Dr. Saha for really putting together this beautiful topic for discussion today and giving me an opportunity to moderate this discussion. And of course, good friend Munish for starting this whole discussion with very rich insights, followed by Dr. Rajan, Ms. Irene, and finally, Hiroto-san. I think we had a great panel, a lot of very new things that we came to know. Thanks to CAI for enabling this knowledge sharing. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Shankar, and thank you all the panelists, including Dr. Rajan, Hiroto-san, Ms. Arin, Mr. Munish Sudan, for joining today's discussion and make it more attractive and knowledge sharing. Thank you, and we'll wait to connect with you for future initiative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Saha sir, we can wait for 1 or 2 minutes because Dr. Mangesh Pawar and Dr. Sadhna Srivastava are yet to join. Yeah.
Yeah, Nabita, I think we should start.
Yes, sir, you can start. I am not able to connect with Dr. Srivastava. I don't have her direct cell number. So I have messaged over email.
No, it's okay.
So we can start. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So we have come to the last session of this conference, which deals with cost-effective public health for all, a global challenge for IPR sharing.
I am not able to connect with Dr. Srivastava. I don't have her direct cell number. So I have messaged over email.
It's okay. So we have Mr. Yasuyuki Matsura, Associate Engineering Director at the Hiroshima University, Dr. Sadhana Srivastav from ICMR, Dr. B. Dinesh Kumar from Dr. Reddy's lab, and Dr. Mangesh Pawar from Wokhard Limited. Now, public health is becoming a cause of concern in every country, be it least developed, developing, or developed country. So one is looking at a fast system to meet global health needs in the shortest possible time, as observed during the last 2 to 3 years. In our morning sessions, the representatives from WIPO and WTO, they have focused on the health needs and how IPR sharing can be beneficial, and they discussed some of the current practices and models which are going in this direction. It is not for the first time that we are discussing IPR sharing under the WTO framework. In fact, the Article 7 of WTO talks about ease in technology transfer and IP sharing for making available the benefits of IP to the whole globe. However, it has not found a very practical space, although it has been discussed from time to time. So there are also suggestions in the recent past, as most of you would be aware, is about the IPR waiver in the context of COVID-19. WTO did take up these discussions, and with their recommendations coming now, may not be in line with the thinking of many countries. So one has to see that we have seen these two extremes talking about sharing of IP and technology transfer doesn't seem to be working the way many countries would like them to work. So I suppose one is also thinking in terms of still a via media, which is more practical, feasible, acceptable, and easily implementable, which can be compensated with enough compensation to the stakeholders, especially the companies who are coming with new technology. Now, when we look at healthcare, it's not only in terms of drugs or vaccine, and in fact, it covers a whole lot of areas, like it could be test kits, it could be medical devices, it could be software, because AI is being used very exhaustively in many of the drug discovery system, database, that is compounds library, know-how, various regulatory data, genome data, and sometimes the standards which come through. So these are all the things which actually make up the healthcare system as such. So we are looking at the healthcare system, not particularly only at vaccine, because we don't know which of these things become important whenever the next endemic or pandemic takes place. So they have to be included. Now, these are generally covered, these areas are generally covered by many different dimensions of IPR, patents, copyright, with trademark, it could be trade secret, know-how, and so on and so forth. And we should also realize that one patent does not lead to a product. So it will be always a combination of patents and other IPR, which I think I would include know-how and trade secret, which are so important for delivering the final product. Now, when we are thinking in terms of IPR sharing in this area, we have to also understand that any company who's into the business of discovering new things and looking for some kind of IP sharing, we must have a good study of chain of ownership of various patents of the past and the present, which may influence the production of that particular drug. During the COVID time, in 2019 or 20, there was a paper in Nature, which actually documented the various chains of invention related to mRNA vaccine, starting with some invention which took place in the University of Pennsylvania. And if you look at the whole network diagram of supply chain of IP, I'm not talking about product, you will find there will be at least 17 to 18 independent things, and which are linked in a very, very complicated manner when it comes to licensing. So we have to really see how one goes about doing it, and also not to look for the complete IP solution all the time. Each company may be having its preference for a particular type of invention, and those are the kind of invention which may be followed through right from the beginning, and see how licensing arrangement can be made. So this is one aspect. The second aspect, when we are talking about IP sharing, many times we forget that it is not the availability of IP which is going to be sufficient. We also look at the very factor, how much time will it take to reach the clients or the market, which is to be benefited by that healthcare system. Now, this is often left, and we find that it takes maybe a few years before the most disadvantaged part of the society can get the advantage of this kind of medicines. So the other thing is, in order to disseminate this kind of a technology all over the world, for example, which is a very ideal thing, perhaps next to impossible to achieve, is that we have to look at the production facilities and players for producing these drugs and vaccines at different places in large quantities. So these are all the challenges which go with IP and which would be very important for the success of IPRs sharing. So one is actually thinking in terms of, along with IPR sharing in some manner, and going beyond patents, looking at production aspect, looking at the know-how aspect, and so on and so forth. So we can see a global understanding towards licensing of rights, commercial returns, and maintaining confidentiality is urgently required for any of these IP sharing models. So with these initial remarks, I would like to go to the first speaker, Mr. Yasuyuki Matsura, to share his views. He's from academics. He may have a very different viewpoint, but we always have to see a balance between various dimensions. So over to you, Mr. Matsura.
Okay, thank you for introducing me. I will share my screen. Okay. I think it should be, you can see, right? Okay, so thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk at this session. I am Yasuki Matsura. Actually, I'm working for the Hiroshima University, and at the Hiroshima University, we are running the Hiroshima Biodesign program. The one is try to develop the medical devices, especially for the affordable and accessible medical technologies. That is the key of our program. That program is actually running and collaborating with India. So today I will talk what we are doing, and also the maybe a little bit of focus on the innovation part. Okay. For operating the Hiroshima Biodesign program, we are getting the support from the Hiroshima Prefecture government and also the Hiroshima Hiroshima universities. In order to, at first, in order to operate this program, we decided to collaborate with India, because India is one of the most, they have the advantage for the innovation. So we have been collaborating with India since 2017, especially with the School of International Program, called SIB. The one SIB program is the flagship of the Department of Biotechnology, History of Science and Technology, Government of India. And the program is implemented at the All India Institute of Medical Science, New Delhi, and Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, in collaboration with international partners. One of the partners is the Hiroshima University in Japan. The main purpose of this collaboration are to train the next generation of the medical technologies innovators, and also to develop the affordable and accessible medical technologies. For this, Hiroshima University sent some faculty of people as international fellow of SIB program into 2017 and 2018 and 2020 for Hiroshima to learn the biodesign process and try to develop the medical devices. On the other hand, from the Indian SIB fellows also visited to the Hiroshima universities in Japan and to validate their needs or solutions regarding their medical devices that they are tackling. Actually, I am the one of the international fellows. So I visited to the India 2018, and I was staying in New Delhi for more than 1 year and learned how to develop the medical devices and also how to find the unmet medical needs in the hospitals or actual clinical site. And I learned a lot of things from the India and in India. That is very basic of the biodesign. I think the biodesign program is one of the most important things we learned in India. But actually, the biodesign program itself was started at Stanford University in United States, and the first international partner of the Stanford University is India. So Stanford and India starts the Stanford India Biodesign. Yeah. After that program is ended, some of Japanese universities, Tokyo University, Tohoku University, and Osaka universities start collaborating with Stanford and learn their biodesign at the Stanford, and now they are starting the Japan biodesign program in Japan. On the other hand, the AIMS and the Indian government started their own biodesign process and program in India. The main goal is of their program is global affordable need-driven healthcare innovation. That is a very good concept, I think, because Japan is affordable and affordable healthcare innovation. And we learned the biodesign and these affordable needs-driven healthcare innovations are split in Japan, in India. That is a very good, and this is a very impressive thing for me. This is one of the most interesting things I learned in India. That is the frugal innovation, we call it. Sometimes frugal is a misunderstanding. That is means just a low cost or some kind of the jugared solutions, maybe the temporary or tentative one. But in my understanding, that is not correct. We think the frugal innovation is not just only cheap solutions or tentative solution. But the one is should be based on the value conscious and content appropriate solutions driven by value, not just the profit. That is very important that we must not forget when we try to create something new or innovative things, especially for the affordable healthcare innovations for the global. So now we are running our program with this keyword: do more or do better with less. That is the key factor of the global innovations, I think. As you know, to develop something innovative or something new, there is two types of the innovation. One is the marketing type. Another one is the product out. For the medical devices or medtech field, I think we have to focus on the marketing type of the innovation, because the one is we have to understand what is the customer needs and what is the pain of the actual clinical side. Biodesign is this one, marketing type of the innovations. This is a very summary of the process of the biodesign process. There is a three phase: identify and invent and implement. Identify is during the identify, we will go to the almost every day to go to the hospital to observe what they are doing. And after that, we understand what is the actual needs and the problem in the clinical side, and then we will start ideation. End of this phase, I think our team or some fellows has some kind of the ideas that should be patentable, or maybe they're not patentable, but it should be the kind of intellectual properties. I think if we try to develop something new for the frugal innovations, sometimes it might be simple, because we want to make a low cost or very affordable and accessible for everyone, that including the developing country, not only the developed country. Actually, our team is invent two ideas, and we filed the two patents. At first, originally in India. After that, we will move to the national phase via the PCT filing. After that, we are filed in Japan and the US. But that is sometimes very time-consuming work and very complex, especially for sometimes the innovators, if they didn't know or experience about the patent filing. That is a big problem. But this kind of I feel like is very important to do some kind of innovative thing in global. So I believe some kind of the supporting system or some or kind of the easy or affordable or accessible way to support to filing the patent in the global, and also they were teaching what is the patent system. That is very important, I believe. So at the last of my presentation, I want to share with you the support from the support for the medical device innovators company by the Hiroshima University. We can support the needs solution or validation, needs validation, and also the regulatory approval for the Japanese market. At first, for the validating the needs or solutions that the medical device companies or innovators are trying to develop, we can offer to discuss the opportunity to discuss with the medical professionals. They're working in the Hiroshima University Hospital, not only the doctors or nurses or maybe the physicians, therapists, any type of the medical professionals you can talk in Japan. And also, you can there is a chance to do the clinical immersion. You can see the what they are doing in the actual clinical side and what is the problem and how they will manage the problem. you can see and understand what is the needs in Japan, not only the developing countries. And also we are also can support for the regulatory approval just for the Japanese market. So we can offer some chance to do the clinical research or study and trial at the Hiroshima University, the researchers or professors or Hiroshima University Hospital doctors and so on. So if you are interested in this kind of support, please contact to this email address, Japanese PLC-device at Hiroshima-U@ACJP. Yeah, any kind of access you can. Okay, thank you. Thank you for hearing my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Matsuras, for your very informative presentation and your cooperative activities which you are taking with the Indian agencies. And we do welcome your offer for validating needs and also for regulatory and helping Indian innovators in getting regulatory approval in Japan, tailored towards Japanese market. We'll keep that in mind. Thank you very much. Now I'll call upon Dr. Sadhana Srivastava, who is Scientist F in the Indian Council of Medical Research. Dr. Sadhana Srivastava.
For enlightening me about this such important aspect of the cost-effective global health products and the role of IPR. Because it is, and I'm very thankful that organizers have invited me and share my views and the ICMR views about the role of IP when we are just struggling and we are just overcoming the problem of the COVID, and the IP seems to be important, crucial aspect when we are going to prepare new health products, including the vaccine, which is developed by the ICMR So that was the era of the pandemic. Now that in general, this I wanted to share because my responsibility is ICMR to take care of the role of IP for the public health especially, and that to see and make a balance that what is the balance between the public health and the intellectual property rights, especially in patents, because we see the intellectual property rights is a double-edged sword. Sometimes it gives the incentives to the innovator to boost the research and development, or sometimes it seems that it may create a hindrance in the accessibility, availability, as well as the affordability when we are talking sometimes the new products for the developing. The IP
Sadhana, there's disturbance in your channel somewhere. Are you on a mobile or a laptop?
Ma'am, you can rejoin then.
I want to share
Dr. Srivastava, we can't hear you. I think Sahasa, she is going to rejoin.
So do we wait or we go with the next speaker?
Dr. Srivastava, you can rejoin. We can't hear you.
I think, Namrita, you can talk to us separately. We go on to the next speaker and you explain to
Yes,
her.
yes. I think we have limited time. We can
Yeah.
go to the next.
Let's do that. So you can mute her system.
Yes, we are doing. Just give a minute.
Okay.
I think it's now muted. Dr. Srivastava, you need to rejoin because we can't hear anything. Your voice is breaking. Nobody able to listen what you are talking. So request you to rejoin. In the meantime, we can go take the other speaker to talk, Mr. Saha.
Yeah, okay. So our next speaker is Dr. B. Dinesh Kumar, who's the head of the IP Management Division in Dr. Reddy's lab. Dr. Dinesh, over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone here.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. First of all, thanks to CII team to invite me to talk on the subject matter. I think we are very close to the subject matter. I think I have a couple of slides to present and discuss on that. Just wait a minute here. Are you able to see my slides?
Not yet.
Sir, hope you are clicking share screen button.
Yeah, I have done that. For some reason it's not appearing.
Is the earlier presentation already on? Nabinta, can you check?
I've not shared the presentation. Can I share the presentation so that?
Yes, you can.
Okay. I've shared the Navneeta presentation to you.
Let me check, sir. Yeah, received sharing. You can see?
Yeah, I
something
can
has
see
come?
it. Yeah, thanks,
So
Navneeta.
I'll make it full screen, yeah.
Sure.
Yes, you may start, sir.
No, it's not so visible, Navneeta here. Others are able to see the slide. Yeah,
yes.
Now it's. Yeah, it's my apology. Sorry for that disturbance, right? Let me begin with my presentation to all. The topic is that, let's say, cost effective, how we can give affordable medicine to the needy people. It's the major problem which we are seeing here is how we can share the IPR and all. I think with the WTO TRIPS agreements and all, I think there is some kind of trouble to share each and every IP to the patients as well as the affordable cost, right? That's a whole challenge that we are facing. Now I'm going to deal what is exactly required. Can you move on? Yeah. Yeah, basically that IP sharing and the public health is the, let's say, basically our motto is that Sustainable Development Goals, SDG. I think this is for the access to the health products is a fundamental right? I think everyone needs to have their health and all. But now what we are facing as a human community, right? The availability and affordability of the health products, assured quality need to address in order to achieve the sustainable development qualities. But at times at which we can see the patented products or the IP protected with high pricing and all, I think least income groups, right? LDC and LMIC kind of countries, I think I think we are struggling a lot to get the affordable medicine. I think this is one of the challenge which we are seeing because of IPR protection. Now, I think IPR, the sharing IPR is one of the way to handle this issue. Can you move on, please? These are the challenges which you can see. This is like one of there are multiple components we can see the why we are not able to give the affordable medicine to the needy patients, right? One is that R&D because that R&D, if you look at each and every country is not having the sufficient R&D. They cannot have the full-fledged R&D to keep and to innovate something. Regulatory challenges, procurement and supply, distribution, prescription, dispensation. These are all the various challenges for innovating new thing and sharing that IP to the needy patients, right? The high price difference between off-patented and patented products. This is one of the challenge which we are seeing. Now I'm listed down all the challenges which how we can handle these issues. We'll have in the second slide. The many small countries has. Excuse me that I think and go to the previous slide only. Yeah, you can see that many small countries had no capability to develop the vaccine and the new pharmaceuticals. And some of the like countries, two type of countries. One is developed countries, one is developing countries. Developed countries that which we can see that out of market expenses are less, but in the least developing countries are there you can see out of pocket expenses are more. Then even if you look at the big pharma companies also, they always work for the commercial activities rather than working on the EAD, emerging infectious diseases. That if you look at their pipeline, you can always see that the commercial products like onco products and all, you can see many of their in the pipeline. But there's a lack of health policy or the pricing policies in majority of the LIC and LMSC. I think how we can handle and all, we can see that. Just next slide, please. As Mr. Saha, as you mentioned that I think we have succeeded on the vaccine front IP waiver, but not fully extent. And you see in this slide that 2020 that which you asked to you give some waiver to the WTO and all. But I think 22 they had given some kind of waiver for 5 years. That too, the some eligible members and all they are given with some caveat. Let's say some countries are having the existing capacity to make the COVID and all. They are not with the exemption. But I think across Western countries as well as even in India also a lot of hue and cry that is to say that let's say this is not the fair thing which WHO has granted. It's not sufficient to say that whatever waiver which we have got the for COVID, I think is not sufficient. That is one of the things that which you had to handle differently. Please, next slide. Yeah, this is all intellectual property rights. I think rather than concentrating on the patent, that I think there are different components in the patent, right? Different components in IP, like copyright, trademark, right? Geographic indications. These are all internal components. Whether when you want to share an IP, right? It's not only the patent. Then I think other things also which we need to consider. When I think when we transfer the rights to someone to make the affordable medicine. And these are all the, like this slide completely depicts on the, let's say, how we can achieve the SDG. One is that, let's say, IPR sharing, voluntary licensing. I think voluntary licensing, it means is it's like something like that, that it's not only the pandemic situation, if even for emergency situations, and some countries are having voluntary licensing, compulsory licensing. We have to have some kind of amendments in voluntary licensing system. It's one of the, let's say, MPP, like the public-private partnerships and all. There we have to look into the voluntary licensing kind of system. IP policy to widen retain TRIPS flexibility is required. Now, I think which we are seeing some kind of discussion is going on between UK and India. There, I think we have seen the like patentable subject matter. Lot we have the section 3D and all, like some of the countries which we can see Bolar provisions and all. There, I think we have to put some kind of flexibility in the TRIPS, so that really which we can give some kind of IP sharing to the, and thereby that we can give the affordable medicine to the needy people. Right? International trade, I think import tariff, trading on LEC countries and all, competition policy, pay for delay. Some of the countries which we can see pay for delay. I think then strict competition law policy is required for at the country level as well as the WTO, so that we can do some kind of pay for delay kind of, do avoid pay for delay kind of activities. The FTA should be relevant to the access, like a balanced TRIPS and TRIPS sharings. Sharing trade secrets also, it's something it's really required. The COVID-19, that if we have the patent license, that is not only sufficient. Sometimes we need some kind of trade secrets like mRNA technologies and all. These are all very complex technologies. I think one is to understand the trade secret to that region. I think it is a complete IP package is required, so that really we can make the product and reduce the price and supply the medicine to the wherever is required. The responsible IP management do boost access, approval license in ADC. But more at times that you can see the big pharma that they do the activity for the major countries, not the minor countries, where I think because the commercial activity is more in the major countries, like rather than the least developing countries. So I think it should be, they should also engage the low income group countries and all. There, I think they have to get the regulatory approvals. If they get the regulatory approvals, and that they can supply it at affordable cost and all. Then I think the preparedness for the next pandemic through IPR sharing. I think this is very important. Whatever lessons we learned from the COVID-19, I think we should not make any more mistakes, right? I think we should have this kind of program in place in the pharma companies, so that in advance, if we have this kind of pipeline, which we can handle if at all, if anything comes out like COVID-19 and all at a later point of time. And the government support is very much required. Like the pricing policy is very much required. But now what we see that off patented patented product, there is a different kind of pricing policy. I think it should have some kind of policy on the pricing policy. Effective government procurement tender. I think at times that we see the tender, the procurement is not there. If tender procurement is there, we can have, let's say, we can procure the medicine and we can give the affordable at a lesser price to the needy patients. Promote market-oriented innovation, funding research, and government has to give more funding to the research labs to work the innovation. Upfront creation of IP policy for emergency situations, coping with crisis by accelerating innovation and providing production quickly. Can you move on, please? Yeah, maybe you can move on the last slide. We have discussed this voluntary license in the last slide.
We are also running out of time a little bit, yes.
Yeah, last slide, please. Yeah.
You can tell me which is the last slide because I have not seen your presentation. Is it the last slide?
No, one more slide. One more slide. One more last. You can go to last slide. Yeah, this is the last slide. Sorry. Yeah, this is what we have been talking, right? I think how we can prepare for, if at all, if any kind of EID situation at a later point of time. I think government has to fund, and we had to put this kind of pipeline in the system so that we had to work on those diseases well in advance and to tackle any kind of the COVID kind of situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dinesh Kumar, for sharing your views. Now we move on to Dr. Mangesh Pawar from WCAD. He's the Assistant Director, Global IP. Dr. Pawar, I believe you don't have any presentation, but you can share your views. Is that correct?
I have few slides.
You have it. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Honorable Chairman and CI Committee for this invite. As very effectively covered all the points by Dr. B. Dinesh Kumar. I'll just I'll go a little fast. I made it very simple. So this is about connecting the dots between public health, cost effectiveness, and IPR sharing. So what is the purpose of pharma and biotech companies? Ultimately, they want to serve humanity and improve the public health. And how it can be achieved? It can be achieved through innovations. And innovations means research, and the research has certain expectations. We need to have some return on investments, and the research other expectation is like we need to have monopoly rights, the 20 years through patents, and at least market exclusivity up to 14 to 15 years of market exclusivity. And what are the challenges for research, new drug discovery research? Since it is a very huge investment is required, and the time period is also very high, and there are a lot of uncertainty about success. We can't guarantee a success, and even many times we have to digest late stage failures. The molecule get failed in phase 3, phase 2 clinical trials. And how research can be supported? So research can be supported by the help of government agencies, healthcare foundations, and venture capitals. And now we'll talk about IPR role. It gives a monopoly rights to motivate innovations. The IPR is to motivate innovations, because with the help of patent, we are getting 20 years of patent life, product life. So that is a kind of a motivation to the new research. And it also assured companies, new companies, pharmaceutical companies, to take calculated risk for drug development. And with regards to IPR sharing, there can be a facility like royalty-free licenses. In case of COVID-19, we have seen Merck has given these royalty-free licenses for molnupiravir, and Pfizer also did same thing for Paxlovid. And royalty-free licenses are required in case of pandemic and for life-saving drugs and vaccines, because these are the necessity, and everyone should have this. government role is also very important. Government can license IP and make it very cheaply available to the common man. We have seen in case of, I'll give an example of Indian government where COVID vaccines were purchased from this co-vaccine and Covishield were purchased from the manufacturers directly by our Indian government, and those were freely available in government hospitals, and in private hospitals also they were available with a very minimal cost, affordable cost. And we need to appeal to public that means like who can afford, they must buy it, so that the needy people can get it free. And we can come up with a policy like medicines for all. We can have a medicine card system. It can be divided into 3 categories, like based on the annual income of a family. One can first one is a fully afford, and second partially afford, and not possible to afford. So accordingly we can distribute the medicines. The government can distribute the medicines like the way we do the ration card system in India. And regarding cost-effective public health, role of respective government is very important. And when government can promote research at government institutes so that they can control the monopoly of pharma companies. And if government can fund the clinical trials, it will be a very big support to pharma companies. In that case, they will be ready to negotiate on the prices. And to make it very easily available to all the people, common man, government can subsidize the costly medicines, because we know that there are many anti-cancer and many other medicines, they are very costly. So common man can't afford it. So government can subsidize it. This government can give a 30, 40, 50%, whatever subsidiary on that, and they can so that it will be available to common man. And insurance company can also play a very good role in. Insurance company can figure out something like, since they are having a tie-up with hospitals, they can also have a similar tie-up with pharma companies. So they can work out with pharma companies on some negotiational prices for the medicines, and they can include in their insurance policy itself. They can have one clause related to new medicines, use of new medicines. So this can be done. And another way is like it is related to completely related to science. Somebody can modify the synthetic route, because we know that the cost of a medicine is because of its manufacturing cost, due to its, the way it is getting manufactured. So somebody can modify the synthetic route or manufacturing process to bring it down the production cost. And very interesting article. See, this was published, I think, last week in Times of India. So this is regarding to Oakhart's new antibiotic, which is currently under clinical phase 3 clinical trials globally. So one Nepalese lady who were suffering from antibiotic, this drug resistance, some infection. So it was not getting treated with most of the known antibiotics currently available. And so that she, one of the doctor approached their family and they told her about this WCK-5222, which is under clinical trial. And then the family approached to DCGI. They took a formal permission from DCGI, and then they went for a 10 days therapy of this molecule. And within 5 days, she was free of the infection. So this way, and this was free of cost. Whatever medicines she used, it was free of cost. So this illustrates a cost-effective way of using patent-protected products. Even though this WCK-5222 is patent-protected, but this lady got it free of cost, because she used the product which is under clinical trial. So this is also very recommended way where the people are struggling with their survival. They can use this kind of strategy. They can use the clinical trials molecules. They can explore that opportunity. So with this, I'll end my talk.
Thank you.
Questions
Dr.
are there,
Pawar.
I'll be happy to answer.
Yeah, we are a little short of time, so I'm trying to rush. So now may I invite Dr. Sadhana Srivastava to share her views. And you'll have to be a little brief, Dr. Srivastava.
I think, ma'am, we can't hear you anything. I think so she is rejoining. Let's see if it works otherwise.
Yeah, we'll just wait for a minute because other people will leave also, the people, participants.
Yes, yes. I think Dr. Srivastava has joined. I think Dr. Srivastava said that she has a connectivity problem. She will share her talks over the thing. We will share to the participants.
Yes, I think that's better. I've already said yes to her. Okay. So once she sends her comments, we can share with participants on online only. Okay. So I'll bring this session to a close with thanks to Mr. Matasura from Hiroshima University, Dr. B. Dinesh Kumar, Dr. Mangesh Pawar, and also Dr. Sadhana Srivastava. She was trying very hard to join, but network issues, nobody can solve this problem. So with this, we come to the end of this session, and which was the last session of this particular conference. Now I'll continue from here and extend my concluding remark, which are largely based on the, thanks by CII to various experts who participated in this conference. To start with, CII took a lot of pains in deciding on the themes of various sessions which you have a direct linkage with building global IPR partnership. And you must have realized throughout the many presentations, the need for partnership was emphasized again and again. And IP partnership or IP sharing is not something new. It has been taking place in business, but there are new dimensions which are coming in. And also, then there are some public interest issues which can be solved in a much better way if IP sharing is done based on certain mutually accepted norms among countries under a multilateral trade agreement. The journey is long, but we have to keep thinking about various solutions which may be possible to meet the global needs, especially in the context of COP27 and other climate change issues and the health issues, which we faced about 2 years back. Having said that, let me thank the speakers, the experts for the inaugural session, Dr. Mashelkar, Ms. Sumita Daura, Special Secretary, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Katsura of the JPO, Deputy Commissioner JPO, and Mr. Marco Elman from the WIPO. Then we had a wonderful participation by international organizations, namely WIPO, WTO, IEEE, UNESCAP. And thanks to all of them, and we are very grateful for these organizations to spare some of their experts to share their views. And typically, I would like to mention the contribution made by WIPO through, I think, 4 or 5 speakers who spoke on various subjects. And let us accept the WIPO and WTO are 2 organizations in the area of IPR, which work very hard to evolve public opinion, consent among various countries and member countries, and also looking for some global solutions. Our many thanks to the Japan Patent Office, which have contributed by way of speakers tremendously, and also through JETRO by providing us some ideas about the particular conference. In this context, I would like to thank Mr. Watanabe and Ms. Jessica from the local JETRO office for being in touch with us throughout the planning stage, arranging all the speakers and expertise from Japan and putting them in order. Thank you very much, JETRO. Coming to some of the chairpersons or moderator for various sessions, we would like to thank Dr. Mohanty, Mr. Praveen Anand, Mr. Shankar Venugopal, and Dr. Ajay Garg for chairing various sessions, and also some of our foreign speakers, namely Mr. Martin Brussels and Professor Hans Godard, for sharing their views on very, very critical items. We would like to have some comments from the participants, if you feel that you have some comments to make so that we can improve next time when we arrange for a similar conference on IP related issues. You can also share with us if some topics you would like to take on board, and same is the request to all the experts who had participated, all the moderators, if they can help CII in designing the next conference in a perhaps much better way and perhaps at a higher notch. With all the remarks, I would like to again thank all the experts and the expert organization, and also the participants for taking time out and remaining with us throughout the conference for listening to various viewpoints. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sahasa. So with this, we come to the end. And thank you for joining, and we'll be in touch with you for our future IPR initiative. Keep us connected. Keep joining our initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much.